Welcome, everyone. I'm just checking to make sure. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I could actually hear my own voice. Colleen, it's so good to see you. How are you? I really wish we could like have voices here. First of all, I want to apologize for any ads. I keep taking like unclicking them, and then for some reason it seems like YouTube puts them back on. So I apologize for that. I haven't seen an ad on my side yet. Hi Christine. Hi Jeanette. Good afternoon. That's right. It's 2 o'clock, isn't it? I usually do lives at night, but um, oh, I'm trying to think of your real name. Um, mm. Anyways, hi everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So I did open this up to all subscribers because again, I want to do this as a thank you for those who sent me so many words of encouragement, sent me donations to help me purchase this new computer. Um, I'm still learning it, so I know it looks a little clouded right now, which is weird. But we just have to put up with what we got to put up with, I guess. Anyways, um, I'm just reading, just reading. Oh, we got 30 people here already. That's good. My daughter, by the way, was also going to do a live. So definitely keep her on your radar. It's Jenny Love Charo. She's going to be going live a couple days in a row. She might go live today. I thought she was going to go live today. She might show up here though. Um, you're welcome. You're so welcome. It's just so nice to see you. I feel like I haven't seen you in forever. But anyway, so yeah, Jenny Love Tarot, have her on your radar. She reads a lot like me. A lot of you already know her. Um, she just reads quicker. She she gets to the root much sooner than I do, where I like to take my good old time. All right. Um, Lorianne from Texas. Nice. So Texas is still a little earlier there. What is it, like 11, I believe? All right. Before I get into any questions, I feel like what I want to do is start with Mother Mary. I'm assuming everybody can hear me okay. Washington State, I lived in Bellingham. That's where my brother lives now, Bellingham. Well, he actually moved out of Bellingham, but he's like right next door. And I lived there for 6 months in Washington. And oh my God, I loved Bellingham. I loved Washington, period. It was just so beautiful. But then I ended up moving because the rain got to me. Like my personality is so driven by the weather that yeah, and plus they were working full time and I wasn't working. Like I just moved in because I was thinking about moving to Washington. Anyways, I love Washington. Long Island, New York, been there many, many times. Love it. Utah, Colleen, been to Utah for some. I've been to Provo for when I was running a gym. One of my employees had to go for training, and she's afraid to fly on her own, so I flew with her, and we stayed at Provo, and it was right around Christmas time, and it was beautiful. They had a beautiful Christmas display. Um, it was freezing, but it was beautiful. I mean, I'm from Pennsylvania, so I'm used to the cold. Hungry. Well, I think you have us all beat here so far. What time is it there? Eh, I'm speaking to Audrey. Um, Angelique Healing, you're in Marysville. 8 p.m. in Hungary. 8 p.m. in Hungary. Okay. Let's go ahead and start. Let's open this up. So what I want to do is I want to do a Mother Mary card for everyone. And I don't mean like each person gets a card. I mean, this is for the collective. And this is just to open up our reading. This is for those who are here, those who couldn't make it, just the collective. What does Mother Mary want us to know today? What is today? Wednesday? Wednesday. What do we need to know? What can we know? Janet, you're in England. 7 p.m. I love it. I mean, people from all over the world. I feel like those are our cards. So we are going to take them. First of all, can everybody hear and see me okay? I know the camera looks a little strange. Well, not on my phone, it doesn't. Hi, Pouring Light. Hi, Ray. Kelly, Central Florida. Oh, you're Go Steelers, yeah. 4:34 a.m. In Australia, South Australia. Awesome. People from all over the world. Okay, let's see what we have. Present moment. That makes sense. Present moment. I am fully present in the here and now. By the way, that just reminds me that I will have replay. Oh, I don't know if I marked it, but I'll make sure when we're done here, I'll have replay on because I feel, when I do these lives, especially for members only, I feel like the messages just relate to everyone because we are one big soul family. So I'll have replay on. I am fully present in the here and now. That's like judgment calling you to the present moment. There's usually a reason. It's usually because there's going to be some type of rebirth. And then we have gratitude. Well, that is what I have for all of you, gratitude. As I notice and appreciate my blessings, I open the door to more of God's gifts. Gratitude and present moment. Okay, I'm going to take, unless somebody calls for Mother Mary, I'm going to move her over to the side. And I just want to check up with the comments again. Nova Scotia, been there. I've been there. Beautiful. 3 p.m. here, so we're close. You're like an hour ahead. Texas in the house. Virginia in the house. South Canada, 3 p.m. Oh, no, not South Canada. Nova Scotia, Canada. What was I looking at? You're so welcome. I really enjoy doing these. I wish I had more free time to jump on and just do them. Indiana. Ray, you in Indiana? You mean the state of Indiana? I'm just calling you Ray, but are you in the state of Indiana or are you in Indiana, Pennsylvania? Yes, the state. Well, the town that I'm in is called Indiana. Well, I'm right outside of it, but it's in Pennsylvania. So, Indiana in the house. I'm just going to go back real quick. Make sure. Trina, that's right. Caught this live from England, Janet. Texas, Lorianne. Washington State, loud and clear. You guys can hear me. Excellent. That's thanks to all of you and this new computer. Hungary, Southern Utah. Okay. So let's go ahead and open it up for questions. I did not put a delay on, by the way. So if I, for some reason, like miss your question. I'm going to keep going back. I have to use my phone because I can't see it from my laptop. Um, so you're a Virgo. What's your moon? Yeah, I am a Virgo. I'm Virgo sun, Gemini moon, and I do not know my rising because I don't know my birth time. But I had someone tell me Scorpio, which would kind of fit, I feel. But I honestly don't know it. But I am a Virgo sun, Gemini moon. You're so welcome, Christine. You guys share beautiful energy right back with me. Leanne, Wells, UK. Beautiful. I love my UK people. I just do. So let's go ahead and open up the questioning. Anyone? And by the way, just so you know, for those who have not been with me in a live before, when I'm doing like once someone has a question, I ignore my phone because I really want to concentrate on the question. So understand that it's not that I'm ignoring you. I really want to give you the best answer I can give you. Um, Lorianne, I know I want first. I wanted to know about career or love. Wasn't first. um, yeah. Okay, so Lori Ann. Um, you'd love to know about career or love. Um, do you just want a general, or is there any specific question that you have, Lori Ann? Or you just want a general? It's completely up to you. Like, do you want to know, let's say, with career, are your finances going to get better? Are you going to get like a job or something, something you're looking for? Love, again, is it you looking for something better? Are you looking for new love? N. Williams. Okay, we'll do you after Lori. Audrey, your message got depleted or retracted. Okay, so Lori Ann, will you get the job that you want? Okay. Um, let's Sam out there mowing the grass. He knew I was going to be doing lies. I'm not mad, but I was like, why are you mowing the grass now? Anyway, so Lori Ann, are you going to get that job that you want? We're going to use the Luminous Tarot for you. We're going to give everything a couple shuffles. Those again who have been in my lives, you know that I like to like reshuffle my cards each time, give them a cut, and it does take time. That's the only thing. That's the only problem with lies. When you get a lot of people is, I ask for your patience, please. But this is for Lori Ann and this job. We have the King of Wands, King of Action, Desire, Passion. And by the way, when I do what I'm going to call these personal readings, you're all people, unless, like, for some reason I feel otherwise. It's interesting, Lorianne, because there seems to be like new growth on this wand. I mean, I've noticed it before, but like I'm really noticing now, like this new growth. We have the Hierophant. Keep your faith. Keep faith that you will have it. I do feel like you're going to have it. I do feel like, I don't know, I just feel intuitively. Look at that, the Ace of Pentacles. So, yeah, I definitely feel like you're going to get the job. Not only that, but I feel, I love that the King of Wands is mirroring this Ace of Pentacles. Ace of Pentacles talks about something that's coming into your physical world, right? Material, finances, that type of thing, but it's tangible. I feel like the Ace of Pentacles is meant to really expand your life. I love the Hierophant is right before that. So keep that hope alive, because I feel like your chances look, I mean, it almost looked like you already have the job. Um, Stay action oriented towards it. Like if for some reason, you need to go to another interview, which I don't feel that. The Hierophant's a five, so that's change. And then the ace, so it does feel like change. And then the universe is supplying this ace for you. King of Wands, stay passionate, stay action oriented. And I feel like what you're seeking will find you. Not only that, but boy, do I love that the Ace of Pentacles showed for you. Okay, that seemed pretty simple. All right, I'm going to put those there. Let me just scroll back. I know that was kind of simple, Lorianne, but it was just like, boom, there it was. I know I want first, but I would love to know about career. Okay, I read that. Don't mind me, I'm just reading back. There's an do Oracle cards. First live from England. Nikki, so happy to have you. So Lorianne, will you get the job? The answer is yes. You don't need to add pouring light. You don't need to do any donations. I mean, it's completely up to you, but you certainly don't feel like, I don't want anyone to feel obligated for a donation. Um, Honestly, I feel like it was YouTube that made me add, like, to monetize it. It's like they don't allow you not to. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Okay. Anyways, I gotta stop talking so I can answer. Okay. So Lorianne, we get the job. The answer is yes. For me, please read about love. Okay. First, okay. I'm gonna go back. Oh, pouring light. You really didn't have to do that, but thank you so much. Um, but I do want to read Lori real quick for love. So Lorianne. Um, I think we should just stay with the same deck. Love, Lorianne. Come on, Sam, finish cutting the grass already. I don't know if you guys can hear the mower. It doesn't bother me. I just don't want it to bother you. Okay, Lorianne, love, 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 love. Three cups. Five of wands. Interesting. Why? Why? The Fool. I feel like Lorianne, I feel like there was a relationship in your life where there was just a lot of ego in it. And I'm talking about a previous relationship. Like a lot of battling type energy. I feel like that energy needs to be cleared. Like, and you probably have already done that, but like, if you were with someone where, it's almost like someone played mind games on you. And I feel like how do I say this? Like, I don't want you to take that personally, because I almost feel like it's just who the person was and who the person is. So even after, and I do feel like this is an old love, but I feel like that the energy from that, it's like the Fool's asking you to clear that energy so that when love comes in, you're able to just take that leap. The Fool's being mirrored by the Three of Cups, a reason to celebrate. So it feels like, that love will come in, but you will have to take a leap. We have the Hermit. It could be a Virgo. But it's interesting. When I see the Hermit, I think of an old soul. I feel like that's probably very good for you because I feel like the energy of that Five of Wands is almost like someone who was immature, not like the Hermit, where I feel the Hermit's like this wise old soul, and I feel like this may talk about someone who's coming into your life that just feels very soothing to your spirit, to your soul. Um, I feel like this is someone who's coming in that, it could, I mean, it represents Virgo, but I don't want you to think, okay, it's got to be a Virgo. But I feel like what this is really saying to you is the type of person that you have the potential of meeting. And again, this feels like a very old soul. This feels like someone who's definitely learned from their experiences. And I feel like this is someone who helps like people like, who have gone through like things that this person has gone through. I don't know why I keep going like this because I feel like I'm looking back as I do it. Um, but it's like I wanna help. And I like that about them. You have the Hierophant again. Look at that, two fives back to back. And then hello, the Ace of Pentacles again, right under the full Lorianne. So now you have the Ace of Pentacles twice. So how great is that? I mean, not only does it, this Ace of Pentacles is talking about a job, um, and it feels lucrative, but it's also speaking about love. So again, when you see the Ace of Pentacles, it means that something's coming into your physical world. Sometimes when I see like the Ace of Wands relating to love, I think, okay, I'm going to feel that energy first, but I don't feel you are. I feel like you're just going to meet someone along your travels. And, I feel like the only thing that, the only, let's say, tiny little block, if there's any block, would be to understand that, like, if there's a past relationship or relationships where, it just felt like, I don't know what the word I want to use, but like a push and pull type of energy. Rise above that. Just rise above that. Again, the Hierophant is talking about your belief system. So rising above those you know, who just live in their ego. We need our ego, but this is someone I feel like was very egotistical and maybe drama filled. So that I feel like could be like a little bit of energy that remains. Clear that as best you can. And then I feel like, yes, you do have love coming in. And I kind of just love this person. Like I automatically just kind of love this person. I feel like they're going to be very chilled. And I feel like that's going to be good for you because, again, you are the Fool. So it's you taking this leap. But I feel like you got to leap over that Five of Wands and leap into the Three, which is again celebration. But it's interesting because we have Virgo and then we have Taurus. So it could be an earth sign. But don't put all your eggs in one basket because that could be anywhere in their chart. But I do feel like I love the Hermit and then the Hierophant together because this is someone whose belief system is intact. And I don't mean religiously. I mean, no, it could be, and the reason why I'm saying that, like, let's say it's religiously, I don't feel like this is someone who has closed off their mind at all. But I feel like spiritually, and they may not even use the word spiritual, but I do feel like they're a spiritual being. This is probably a soulmate, Lori. It just kind of feels that way. Um, so, okay, I'm going to let that be. I have a tendency where I just want to read and read and read, but I got to remember that there's more than just a couple of people. In our memberships, when I do just for the members, I do go into great detail, like it is personal readings. So I hope that helped, Lorianne. I feel like both your messages seemed very, very positive. Um, all right, pouring light. First of all, thank you for the donation. It was not needed, but I did really appreciate it. All right. Should I remain with my current job in 2024 or remain there only until December for greater flexibility? It could just be a general read for the current setting. All right. Should I remain with my current job into 2024 or remain there only till December? It could be, okay. I think I understand what you're saying. I'm going to bring out the Tarot of Dreams. And again, this is for pouring light. Pour some sugar on me. Pour some sugar on me. I want to say in the neighborhood. Excuse my singing, but I have to tell you, I feel my guides use my horrible singing voice because I feel like the lyrics come to me and I feel like they're signs for you guys. So I try to sing them as best I can. All right, pouring light. Whoa. We have the Page of Cups. We have the Palace of Wands. I like that. First of all, pouring light, I feel like this is saying that oh, I like what I'm seeing right there. Look at that, the 9 of Pentacles. Successful. Well, the meaning of the card is successful self-employment. But it doesn't have to be self-employment, even though the palace is right there. I don't know if there's anything you were thinking about doing out of the home, but I feel like if you were, I feel like you'd be very good at it. Not only that, but I feel like you'd be very lucrative for you. Page of Cups, I feel like is your inner child. So I feel like what it's saying is follow your inner child. Like, if the thought of remaining with your current job into 2024 feels like, I don't want you to do anything that, I want you to do what you can do. But this 9 of Pentacles to me talks about independence. And then we have the 9 of Wands. I feel like you've been reflecting upon this for a little while. I also feel like this 9 of Wands is saying to you, pouring light, that your life, your experiences have taught you so much. And those experiences, and we could say work experiences, but I feel like it's life and probably what you've learned through what you do for a living. I feel like you've learned so much. And it's interesting, we have 2 9s. 9s to me mean the final reflection. So and it's interesting. I don't know why I'm seeing the palace all of a sudden as like Christmas, which is in December. And then we have the Strength card, a number 8. So next year is going to be a universal year 8. I feel like you're also a very spiritual soul. And that may be what it's talking about as relating to like your experiences. We have the Queen of Wands. And then we have the Palace of Swords. And then we have the King of Wands. Look at that. The King and the Queen. Doesn't really matter the sign. This could talk about collaboration also. But it's hard to say. But I feel like your inner child would like. I feel like December is what you really want. I feel like because the Nine of Pentacles is here, that, if you choose, let's say, to not follow, not to go forward with that job, I feel like this is saying that you're going to be okay. I feel like more than okay. Reason being is because, again, of your experiences and everything that you have learned. Like, you have the wisdom. I feel like, first of all, you have the wisdom to do your own thing, to build your own business, and I feel you'd be very lucrative at it. I feel like there's a small part of you that also, I'm saying a small part, but I feel like your voice is very important. Um, and it's interesting. I'm seeing this Queen and King, and I'm feeling almost like a partnership with these two people. Now, I feel like you're the Queen. Um, so the Strength card is the only card here that would make me question anything. So the Strength card talks about dealing with our own demons. But when we do that, it gives us really a true sense of power. That's ultimately what it is. It's balancing, like, our own inner demons, and that gives us this sense of power. That's what the Nine of Wands is also about. Like, looking at, like, all that I've been through, and looking at it from a point of view of, look how I have grown. I'm not looking at my mistakes as mistakes. I'm looking at them as experiences. So I feel, I feel like I can't give you a definite here, but everything to me feels like, because I don't know why I'm picking up this Palace of Wands, like Christmas time, and Christmas time here is in December. Um, let's just take one over it. Six of Wands, victorious. Listen, I have to also tell you that if you're thinking of doing anything where it's like your platform, this is great energy for it, because this talks about other people. Other people will seek you out, and I don't even know that you have to, like, look for it. I just feel like other people will look up to you, and I feel like a lot of it must be because of your experience. And not just like book smarts, but like the work that you've done within your life. I just want to look at this Queen and King, and then we get another Queen, Queen of Swords. Your voice, my dear, I feel like is everything. Um, there's something special about your voice. There may be even a certain vibration, almost like, it makes me think of like meditation, where certain voices have that I don't know what the word is, but like a vibration. I feel like you have that. So, I can't really say yes, no, you should not move forward with your job. But I feel like what this is saying to you is, if you decide that December is it, I feel like something else is opening up for you. And again, it feels very lucrative. This is success, the Nine of Pentacles, but this is you benefiting from that success. You. And then this page over here, the Page of Cups, I feel like follow your inner child. You know, like, follow that part of yourself. And when I think of the inner child, I think of free, unencumbered. What is it I want? What brings joy to my heart? And I feel like that's the direction you should follow. But I feel like no matter what, success is here for you. Not just success, but I feel like money. And I feel like don't be afraid to use your voice because, again, and don't be afraid to start a platform because I feel like any type of platform you have, I feel like people will seek you out, but it's because of your actions and your voice. So I'm going to leave that there. Sometimes it makes more sense to the person listening, but I'm curious what you got to say about that. I'm going to hop down real quick. Lorianne, yes, keep clearing. Thank you, Lorianne. I love you so much too. Pouring light, yes, I do wish to work remotely for more free time despite the lower pay. I have a feeling like maybe it's lower pay for the time being, but I don't feel like it would stay that way because again, I'm talking to pouring light. I feel like, again, if you think of the Nine of Pentacles, who's directly benefiting from that? You. And you're very welcome. So sad. So sad. I wish. Oh. Okay, I'm going to go back up. And again, I'm going to try very hard not to miss anyone's questions. You don't need to ask more than once because I'll find it. And I think if you ask more than once, it makes it, I don't know. Line clear. On the island. Still here. I'm just reading. Your first live, Janet. And Audrey, sorry. Welcome. I keep looking because my daughter is supposed to be sending me a link because she was going live also. All right, so Ariana Elizabeth. What do I need to know and do next? All right, Ariana Elizabeth. What do you need to know and do next? Don't be afraid of going into more detail, guys. It just helps your reading. I feel like, instead of me having to like search like, but it's up to you at the same time. So, Ariana Elizabeth, what do I need to know and do next? Audrey 0414. I'm sorry, I didn't see your reading. So I'll do yours next. And yours is about love. But right now, let's do Adriana Elizabeth. What you need to know. Okay, so really, this is just from your guides. It's always from your guides, but that's weird. We have the Empress. We have the Seven of Swords. We have the Two of Swords. There's something on your mind, my dear. It's like you're questioning someone's integrity. Is someone being truthful or honest with you? I feel like if that's really what I'm feeling, then you need to trust your instincts, because I feel like they will not lead you astray. The Two Swords talks about there's a blindfold that you're wearing. There's something you don't want to face. And it may be like, again, the Seven of Swords type of energy. But the Empress is what opens up your reading. And if you think about the Empress, she's not going to let anybody else, like someone's going to take from me. You can only do for so long before I am wise to you. So, right in the middle of your reading right now, there does seem to be some untrustworthy energy. This is not something that I would just be springing upon you, by the way. My guides don't allow me to read that way. I don't want to read that way. Would be something you'd already be aware of. But, maybe part of you is like, you're going to want to know the truth. Let's keep going, though. I feel like the Empress is first, just to remind you of who you are, the power that you hold. The Empress is someone who does not allow, like, past people who did not treat you right, who took from you, what have you, to affect her future. She's very creative. And I'm saying she, but this is you. Creative signs are being sent to you. There's just one thing that you don't want to see, that you don't want to face. We have, look at that, Four of Cups, discontentment and boredom. But there is a cup being offered to you. In the Four of Cups, I often feel that this person, for whatever reason, is somewhat ignoring that cup. Yet, I'm not really satisfied within my own life. So I do feel like, you're looking for some type of change, or let me put it a different way. I feel like the universe wants to offer you some type of change. Well, let's keep going and see what comes up. We have the Moon, card of Pisces, ruler of Cancer. We have the Five of Wands. Look at that under the Seven of Swords. So there's someone that you're dealing with that, damn. Now, this could have also been in the past too, but this would be energy that you're still carrying around. It's like there's someone around you where, can I believe him? Can I trust him? But in the same breath, I feel like, there's discontentment. So it's, I don't want to say funny, because it's not funny. Underneath it, though, the Five of Wands, again, that battling type energy. Almost like, instead of facing it, do I just fight about it? The Moon is uncertainty, no doubt. But it's also very dreamy type energy. So let's keep going. I need to figure this out for you. We have the Page of Cups. It's your inner child. It's a reminder to love yourself. Again, these readings are usually not that short, so I'm going to ask everyone, please have patience. But I feel like I've got to find answers here. We have Temperance. Well, no, we don't. We have the Eight of Swords. Self-created prison. We have the Six of Swords. And then we have Temperance. Okay. Listen. I feel like, first of all, I love the Temperances here, because that's all about divine energy, right? It is the energy of patience, but sometimes the universe is having patience on us. I feel like this is saying that I do feel like you're going through something difficult. The Eight of Swords is a self created prison. That prison is being created because there's a blindfold. So something you don't want to face, but it serves you to face it, because again, discontentment, like you're in the energy of discontentment, or this is where you were. But why would I stay in that? Well, because change is difficult, even if it's a good change. You have these fives and then you have these eights, change and then a new beginning, breaking free. I feel like if anything I want to say to you, you need to break free from any self created prisons. You need to face whatever you need to face, because I feel like the person in the Two Swords with this blindfold, many times, like, it's like, oh, I don't want to face the monster. But the more we don't face it, I feel like the bigger that monster becomes. And then we take the blindfold off, and it's like, oh, wait a minute, that monster's not nearly as big as I thought. So, you have the Six of Swords here. So this is you taking that blindfold off. This is you taking these walls down. This is you making a change. I feel like it has to come down to you. But I feel like as soon as you do, then temperance is about the right timing. Temperance is let let go of the control of the things that are just beyond your control. If there's someone that is just, untrustworthy and there's nothing you can do about it, well, what you can do is just cut them out of your life. I know it's easier said than done. It doesn't always mean, let's say this is like a family member, like I don't want to cut them out of my life. Well, I can love someone from afar. I don't have to be caught in their web, because I do feel like this is you moving out of that type of energy and then into divine energy. So let's just take one more look at that, the Tower. But I feel like this is you giving someone the Tower. It's like with the Six of Swords and the Tower, it's like, I'm out of here, baby. I'm on to bigger and better pastures. So this is a tough one, um, because a lot of this is going to depend on you. But, it's like your guides are here with you saying, we're here with you every step of the way. Again, if someone's not treating you right, whether it be work, whether it be love, whatever it may be, and again, I feel like they would try to pull you into their web of, you know, their drama or what have you. Um, and I don't feel like you're trusting your intuition for some reason. Instead you're creating this Eight of Swords. It's like, I'm trying to protect myself. The Empress would say, use your energy to protect yourself. I feel like the Empress is also your way out of anything, because I feel like the Empress is going to receive epiphanies to help her along the way. And you are the Empress, by the way, to help you along the way, to help show you. It's almost like, I feel like Mother Mary's card, signs, needs to come out, because that's exactly what the Empress receives, signs. So I feel like you want change, and I feel like you can have change. And I feel like it's divine, but this does have to be dealt with. Not the easiest of readings. And why? Because a lot of this energy, I feel like you can't really control. So temperance is like, well, then let go of it and let me deal with it. I'll deal with it. Especially if it's someone being untrustworthy. And maybe, listen, maybe you don't have facts, but you have that feeling. It's time to love you again. I'm not 100% sure what it's relating to, but I feel like this is about what's next, not about what was. Okay. I'm going to let that be. Not the easiest of readings, but at the same time, you're setting yourself free. Let me just go back. Hi, broken for bliss. Broken for bliss. Broken be for bliss. Um, it's funny. I never read your name that way before. Okay, I want to go back up. Again, please have patience, guys. Please. Not that no one's not having patience, but I just want to see. Okay, pouring light. You're welcome. Oh no, who was I just reading for? It's reading for Ariana, Elizabeth. All right, I just want to see. I love the way you shuffle and even place the cards. I totally learned things from watching you and your channel. You're amazing, Sandy. Thank you so much. I've learned to my readings are so long, but I've learned to slow it down and show people how I come to the conclusions I come to. But thank you. Colleen, they're mowing the grass behind you. You never know. Pouring light, you created a channel sharing light language, but I am working on enhancing my confidence throat chakra to actually speak my mind more. Share your channel, guys. Share your channels so that we can all help support you. Okay, I was looking to see. Oh, there. You're welcome, Ariana. Okay, I'm going to go back now. And Audrey. Why am I having a hard time speaking? Audrey 0414 0414. That is 8-9, adds up to 9. 9 is about reflection. So you want to know about love. And I'm doing Audrey 0114. Okay. Just want to make sure you didn't write anything else. And you did, so I'm glad I looked down. You got back together with your Gemini ex a few weeks ago after a couple months of a break. We spent together a roller coaster year together, but not sure if it was the right move or should I leave him behind. All right. So your ex, you Gemini, and you got back together a couple months ago. Trying to think how I want to word this. Where am I at? All right. So let's use the Psychic Tarot. And again, this is for Audrey 0414. Is that right? 0414. 414. Sounds like a zip code or area code. Or it's your birthday. Or it's someone's birthday. All right. So, really what we want to know is, should you stick around with this Gemini after quite a roller coaster of a year? Is this something that you should continue to put your focus on or not? We have accelerated motion. Number 8. We have, look at that, the Lovers. This is the card of Gemini. Obstacles and challenges. You know, we can love someone, but that doesn't guarantee us that all is going to work out, right? Because I feel like all love does have obstacles and challenges, and it's like, do we work it out together, or, you know, is this beyond being able to work out? But let's keep going. So definitely through that 5 obstacles and challenges, it's showing that roller coaster year. I feel like in your heart of hearts, you want this to work out. Memories of love. Foundation and achievements. From the 8 down to the 4, we have material and spiritual prosperity. 2 6s, look at that. 2 5s, hello. We have financial and material changes. 2 6s, 2 5s. And then we have the 9 of Pentacles, which here it's called material harvest. Interesting how it's talking a lot about money, but we're asking about love, right? First of all, I kind of love that Gemini showed here, right? Like no question, no denial of that. Here's what I'm picking up on. I feel like, you know, should you stay? Should you go? Can this become much more grounded? Because when you talk about a roller coaster, I feel like the foundation, like maybe the foundation itself isn't strong enough. So I feel like that's where we have to start. I feel like, because I do feel like with the 6 of Cups here, there are happy memories. Like you two of you do have, you know, very happy memories of each other. But then there's also these obstacles and challenges in your way. Maybe it's relating to finances. You know, maybe it's the finances that, I don't want to say get in the way, but maybe someone just feels like someone else isn't doing their part type of thing. I feel like, I definitely feel like there's going to be some changes because we have 2 5s. And 5s, well, they ask for a change. You don't have to change. So, but we want to look at what's it asking us to consider changing. First of all, obstacles and challenges. So maybe learning to deal with them, like if we can learn to deal with these challenges together, then, you know, and that's where building a strong foundation comes from. Like everything that we get through, but we get through it together, it only makes us stronger. But then another 5, financial and material changes. But right next to it, material and spiritual prosperity. And then material harvest. So, first of all, I feel like for you, this looks very good. Now, for love, it does feel like the up and down. Um, and it's interesting too because we have 6 5 6 5. Look at the synchronicities. I have a feeling you guys, I have a feeling this is not your first lifetime together. And that may be part of the challenge, between, I have a feeling your soulmates. I don't just have a feeling. I know, like I know what I know what I know, even if I don't know how I know it, well, it's my guides. Um, I mean, here's what I think. I think this is saying, first of all, ask yourself, is this, when I think of Gemini, is this someone that I want to like build a life with? And if the answer is yes, then you have to think about the foundation. Even if you've been together, right? And you've had that roller coaster of a year, but it doesn't mean that we can't make the changes and go back and really think about our foundation. I feel like if you're able to do that, then there is real opportunity for success because I do feel like you've been together before in another life. So it makes me feel like you can overcome these challenges. But you can't control another person at the same time, right? Free will is free will. I just want to go over these fives. Look at that. The Chariot. Triumph. We're in the year of the Chariot, by the way. 2023 is a universal year 7 being brought to us by the Chariot. So, triumph. You know what I feel? I feel like, can the two of you be together and have a pretty good love life? I feel like the answer is yes. Does it just fall in your lap? I feel like the answer is no. I feel like there's a mixture of good memories and bad memories. So what we have to do, because both have to be willing to do this, is like remembering the good things about each other. And I also feel like there's a money issue, you know what I mean? So even that being dealt with. um and I love the Nine of Pentacles here, being married by foundation, being married by foundation and achievements, because again, I feel like this is great energy if you're working from home, building your own platform type of thing. This is, but this is someone who's willing to put in the work at the same time. One more. Look at that, the sun. So, the sun feels like a brand new day. It is the card of Leo. It's the ruler of Leo, actually. But the sun is illumination. So I can tell you one thing. I feel like, what's ever done in the dark will come to the light. I feel like this relationship has an opportunity to feel brand new, but it does not come without its challenges. Now, love doesn't come without challenges. That's what we got to remember. But are we going to work through them together? Or am I going to take on the brunt of the responsibility? So I feel like the question for you is, because we cannot control Gemini's free will, is if you feel the Gemini is willing to and able to help overcome the challenges and think about the foundation, I feel like there's a real chance here. I feel like if Gemini is not, like, let's just say Gemini puts everything on your shoulders, then there's your answer. Because again, even if you've been together 100 lifetimes, it may be like you're here to teach Gemini something, but Gemini doesn't want to learn it. Well, you can't make Gemini learn it. And all you can do is plant that seed. And it's up to Gemini if that seed grows or not. So, long story short, I like that the sun is out because I feel like it definitely says that there can be a brand new beginning, even if you've been together before, like a new beginning. But the foundation's got to be number one. accelerated motion. May need to just slow it down a little bit. And I don't mean like, put it on a side burner. I mean like let's just slow down and let's think about this, and let's think about our foundation. And if we're going to plan a life together, our foundation is the most important thing, because if I don't have a strong foundation, well, any big bad wolf can come along and blow our house down. So that's where it starts. So, again, here's another one where I feel like I can't give you a definite answer. Um, so I feel like, it has great potential, but if Gemini is not willing to work hand in hand with you, dealing with any of these challenges, right? So, oh, I like the highs, but the lows, what's going on during the lows? That's what you want to ask yourself. Um, And I feel like, because I do feel like again, I saying, yeah, I feel like you're soulmates. You are soulmates. But soulmates many times are here to teach each other, to help learn something. But that doesn't mean every soulmate is meant to be in our lives for the rest of our lives. There's many soulmates that come in and out of our lives. Um, so I think I have to leave it there, but I would say the bottom line is, if Gemini and you are willing to like refocus on the foundation of the relationship, I think it's got a great potential here. I feel like if Gemini is not willing to put, focus on your foundation, then there's your answer. Because boy, do I feel like you're a great catch. And if Gemini doesn't know that, then oh well, someone else will catch you. Someone else will catch you. So, all right, I'm going to leave that there. Let me look. Let me look. Okay. Who did I just read for Audrey? Just want to see if you've left anything beyond that. There we go. Your Gemini a few weeks ago. Okay. See if you wrote anything after that. Hi, Kit Kat. By the way, every day's Tuesday. N. Williams. Aranaya. What? Latin for spider. Aranaya. Oh my God, I'm so bad with names. I did a personal reading yesterday, and her name was, I'm not going to give her name, but she was from, well, she wasn't from Italy, but she had an Italian name, and oh my God, it took me forever to I'm sure I said it wrong a million times. Anyways, don't worry, I'm not passing anybody. I'm just going to see. Okay. I don't see anything else, so let's keep going. Just want to make sure I don't miss anyone. I'm just reading. All right, N. Williams. Just a general reading for you, please. Okay. N. Williams. And then, by the way, I'm just going down the line. So, N. Williams. I think I want to stick with the Psychic Tarot, but I want to give it a couple shuffles, get these cards mixed in. N. Williams. N. Williams. Movement, choices, and decisions. I'm not going to take it yet. But there may be some type of decision on your mind. Again, this is for N. Williams. And it's a general. And to me, general means from your spirit guides. From our spirit guides, because I feel like they were just all in the room with me. Wow. All right, it's interesting because you got a lot of what I know I'm going to say it wrong, but Ariana Elizabeth got. But the way they came out, I feel like I have to take them. You have partnerships and alliances. It's a 3 of Pentacles. You have accelerated motion. 8, 9, 10, 11. You have the Lovers. Here it's called harmony. You have obstacles and challenges. And you have the World, the next chapter. I feel like the World for us is literally talking about 2024. 2024 is going to be a universal year 8. And I've been seeing 8s in everyone's monthly readings for November. But even like the extra readings that I did, 8, 8, I keep seeing it over and over again. Okay. You're definitely connecting with someone, whether it be, the end of this year or the beginning of next year. Look at that. Love begins. I felt that there was a connection. Like there's a connection. And it doesn't have to be love, but we do have the Lovers here. The Ace of Cups really speaks of unconditional love. It's a love that doesn't, that keeps going no matter what. Now, I mean that, I guess, more in a spiritual way, because I feel like if someone's treating us terribly, well, we don't want to keep that love going. But anyways, I feel like this is what's coming towards you. It's interesting because obstacles and challenges is being mirrored by partnerships and alliances. I mean, the Ace of Cups is the first thing that shows after the next chapter. When I see the universe or the world, this is the world in most tarot decks. To me, it's a very spiritual time in our life. I feel like it's just when I'm now living in my spirituality. And to me, that means that I know that I have a spiritual team, right? That I was assigned spirit guides, and those who have crossed over before me become part of my spiritual team. You have angels that were assigned to you. And what we need to remember is our angels need our permission. We need to ask them to come in and help in any way that we need their help. Our spirit guides are constantly sending us signs. But that doesn't mean we pick up on them. But if we don't pick up on them, they'll send them in another way. I feel like that's a lot of times where my readings come in. It's like signs that have been missed. Anyways, so the Ace of Cups. right with this next chapter. Partnerships and alliances connected to this next chapter. Look at that. The Ace of Swords. 2 aces back to back. Ace of Swords now is under the Lovers. Called harmony here. Means 2 people have found that harmony. Actually, though, the Lovers means a head over heart decision. That's the meaning of the card, a head over heart decision. But I can't help think of it as also chemistry. I just want to see what comes under these obstacles. The Hermit. And then material and spiritual prosperity. We'll take it. Okay. I feel like something's happening in your love life. I feel like, again, it may be in 2024, but that's right around the corner. This may be something that you do feel before it comes in. If this is talking about an existing love, I do feel like there's an opportunity to, again, take this to the next level. But if you're not with someone right now, I feel like someone's going to reach out and communicate in some way, some fashion. And then it's interesting also because I feel like if you're dealing with any money problems, I feel like that's also good. Like, how do I want to say it? Like, I feel like your money's going to increase. Obstacles and challenges seems like, obstacles and challenges, but these are things that we can overcome. And I feel like when we overcome, this feels like a reward because of that. Material and spiritual prosperity mirroring the world right now. I feel like you have a lot of things coming your way. N. Williams. Yeah, Ed Williams. I feel like you have a lot of things coming your way, some changes. I feel like, she's looking at, it feels like the Northern Star, making that wish. And I feel like it's like a wish come true, right? But even wishes can have a few obstacles put in front of them. But I feel like this is nothing that you cannot overcome. The Ace of Swords to me, it says triumphant success here. But to me, it's truth, it's honesty. If it's speaking about anyone in the Lovers, to me, it's someone who sees you like your authentic soul, like they see that part of you, and vice versa. Um, if this is love that was, this could be coming back together. But ultimately, I feel like there are some changes there. Look at this 1 1, 1 1, 11, 11. So, anyways, I don't know why I'm getting carried away with that. So, we want to look at what follows the world because that is the next chapter. The Ace of Cups, the Ace of Swords. I feel like the Hermit is here because it's wisdom. It's the wisdom to overcome any of these challenges. Like you've learned what it takes to really overcome anything that may come before you. And not just that, but I feel like there may have been like an obstacle or a challenge that was put before you that, I don't want to say forced you to make a change in your life. And I don't know when this was. I'm seeing the 6. It could have been, I was going to say 2016, but that seems forever ago. Could have been 6 months ago, but I feel like there was a change. And I also feel like it's saying this isn't just a one-time like reward type of thing. This is about as you overcome life's challenges, knowing that there is rewards for that. It's like going into the classroom and getting that gold star for passing that exam. 2 aces, the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Swords, truth and love. Unconditional love, by the way. Partnerships and alliances, great energy for collaboration. Your spirituality it must really, if it's not on fire, it's beginning to catch fire, because over here we have spiritual prosperity mirroring the world, and it's because of your wisdom. So I feel like this is saying trust in yourself to overcome any challenges that are put before you. Come from truth and honesty and expect others to do the same. I feel like love in whatever fashion is part of your this next chapter, as is it's spiritual prosperity, but also you're seeing material prosperity. So I feel like you have a lot to look forward to, but again, it wouldn't be life if there weren't some obstacles. And that's what we got to learn. Like, sure, there may be a few people who came down here and have an easy peasy life, but most of us old souls know that we came here to learn, to grow. And a lot of times it can only come through those difficult experiences. But once we overcome them, man, it's a sense of power. So there's something about an 11 also that seems to follow you around. So, like at 11:11, maybe a special time for you. Or you may see 11:11 on a clock a lot. If you do, like, know that's your guides. Um, and just think, what am I thinking? Like, when you see 11:11, what was I thinking at that moment? Like, try to take notice of it, even writing it in a notebook, because I feel like 11:11 is, 11, 11, 3, 3. Could be a master number 33. Um, but I feel like next year is going to move very quickly for you. It's going to be a fast moving period of time, but there feels like, again, there's a lot of abundance. It feels like love, but it also feels like your spirituality, and it also feels like you're in your material house. So I would say get excited for what's coming, and if there's some things right now that don't feel like they fit, like one of these things don't fit with the other, then you may want to look at that. Like, what is it that doesn't fit? What is it that may hold back those aces? And, I feel like this is like the end of this year is giving us an opportunity to eclipse out what just is not working. Sorry, I had to take a drink. All right. I hope that helped. Um, Lisa Hutchington, where will I live? That's very general, my dear. Earth. um, well, we'll ask. It's a very general question now. I'm going to put these aside. And I think I'm just going to use, I don't know why I'm saying just, I'm going to use the Gilded Tarot. And I'm just going to leave it to your guides. Like, where will Lisa live? The Emperor. The father figure. Potentially a business owner. Leader of the people. We have the High Priestess. This is your intuition. I feel like it's saying, like, within, like you already know the answer within. Eight of Swords. Interesting. It's like you're not trusting yourself for some reason. The Hierophant. We're seeing that a lot. The Hierophant being mirrored by the Emperor. I don't know if you have a father um, in spirit or like a father figure. I definitely feel like you have a father figure in spirit, and I feel like they're trying to help guide you, trying to help show you the way. And I don't mean like just show you the way, but show you the way of like what I feel like within, like, because I feel like within you already have that answer, like deep within. But then the Eight of Swords is here, self created prison. So I feel like there's a father figure, um, spirit guide that is trying to help guide you. We have the Hermit. Let's see where the Hermit's putting his light. The Ten of Pentacles. So the Hermit is illuminating the Ten of Pentacles. Part of me feels like, are you moving back home? Or are you moving back to a place that you used to live? It's like this father figure is trying to illuminate to you a place that feels like that carries abundance for you, but not just abundance. It feels like an energy where I would want to make roots. I'd want to place roots. We have the Five of Cups. It's interesting. I feel like it's like somewhere where you've already been. Let's take one more under that. This is telling us why the Eight of Swords is created. So the Five of Cups is saying that your focus is on what you have lost, some type of an emotional loss. And out of that loss was the Eight of Swords was created. We have the Two of Pentacles. That's really where you're at right now. Like, what do I do? What do I do? And then we have the Seven of Wands. I just want to take one more with that. Look at that. We have the Lovers. Interesting. So, this is what I'm feeling. And where'd you go? Oh, no, this is, wait a minute. Now I'm lost. This is for Lisa. Lisa. I'm so sorry. I think I was saying Ann Williams. I already did yours. This is for Lisa. So Lisa, I feel like you have a father figure that is part of your spiritual team. And I do feel like they're trying to give you signs. And I feel like it's through your intuition. And I do feel like you have to learn to trust it. Because right next to intuition is this Eight of Swords, self-created prison. And it's, again, created because you're trying to protect yourself. You don't want any more loss. That's what I feel like. You don't want any more loss. It's also interesting because when I look at this Lovers, what I love about this card is, the female, or let's just say the divine feminine, she is, we can see her. She's right there. But the masculine is in spirit, like almost like I've got you, though it's not on a physical plane. So I definitely feel someone's leading you, someone's helping to guide you. I also feel like because in the Five of Cups, that talks about what I have lost. What you want to remember in that energy is because it's a five, it's asking for change. It's saying, focusing on what I lost is not going to help you to create what is yet to be. And what's yet to be within the Five of Cups when this person makes change? Two Cups. Well, hello, the Lover's right below that. And the Lovers is being mirrored by the Eight of Swords. So I feel like this is talking about previous energy, but also the potential of the next energy. And then I feel like, ultimately there may be a place that you used to live. This could be like back when, like your hometown type of energy. But I feel like there is an area that you already know within yourself. Like I don't want to like say like, like Massachusetts or something like that, unless Massachusetts is one of the things you're thinking. Um, because I feel like that's really up to you. But I do feel like there is change. I do feel that I do feel like, it's again the two of pentacles is it's up to you, but the Hierophant's right above that. Keep your faith intact, you know. Think about yourself, but I mean that in a like you deserve type energy. And I feel like again, such spiritual energy here. I feel like bottom line is you're going to be fine no matter where you go. But I feel like the best answer I can give you is think about a place that will be inspiring to you. Because I feel like the next place could be also very abundant for you. Now, could be abundant in money, but also love. Though I do feel like there is someone who at one time has forced you to put up the Eight of Swords energy. Again, I'm saying forced you. This is what we choose. It's self-created, and the only one who can uncreate that is you. If I feel like this is a father figure who watches you very closely, trying to help you just better your life, feel good, enjoy all of that. But it's also noticing that you created this self-created prison, and they can't get beyond that. Like they can still send the signs, but until she's wearing a blindfold, she's got her hands loosely bound, she's telling herself she's stuck, but she's not. But she's telling herself that. And therefore, I believe that. So someone's trying to get through to you saying you're not stuck. Um, and even that, I feel like there's a freedom of like choice. Keep your faith and hope alive, especially if there's somewhere you have in mind. But again, bottom line is, I feel like there is a very special guide that is trying to help illuminate your path for you. Let's just put it that way. Now, you always have the final word. I mean, that's you always have the final word. All right. I hope that helped. All right, Jennifer. I would love to know if you see my husband and my finances changing for the better. All right, Jennifer. I feel like I want to use the Psychic Tarot again, so I'm going to give a couple shuffles. This is for Jennifer, right under Lisa. I would like to know if you see my husband and my finances. I thought that said fiance. I was like, wait a minute. And your finances changing for the better for Jennifer. Are things going to get better? Both in love and in money. Are they going to get better? What does she need to know about that? How can she help that along for the better, for the betterment of her life? Jennifer. Hello, Three of Cups. Rejoice in celebration. Right away, that makes me feel good. Then we have the Devil. called temptation in this deck. Interesting though, because even though he's the devil, he's got his hand on the light. So it's like even when I'm in the dark, I can still find the light. And by the way, I just noticed this light is really a key. It's like the key to unlock the next door. I almost feel like you had to go through the dark to get to the light. It is called a Capricorn, by the way. But I do get this feeling like, that maybe you have gone through the dark, but it was so that you could find the light. And this may be talking about both you and your husband. But I feel like because, this person's fingers are right on the light, right on that key, they're going to find it. And then we have the Six of Swords moving on. I don't know if you're thinking about moving. Let me reread your question. Husband and your finances are changing for the better. Okay, so let's look at this because I feel like, first of all, things are changing for the better. But why are they changing for the better? Because you're allowing them to change. Now, what do I mean by that? So the Six of Swords, I feel like we always got to go back one card and we got to think, okay, what is this talking about? The Six of Swords, moving on from what? The Five of Swords. The Five of Swords is toxicity. It's just toxic energy, and it can be anything. You know what I mean? It's just energy that's working against our betterment. It can be some type of energy that, like a lower type of energy that tempts me to it. But still, I feel like we find the light even in the dark. We can find the light. So I do feel like, first and foremost, it's almost like I've got to know the root of the problem if I want things to get better. Because if I don't know the root of the problem, then I can never cut that out, right? Like it's almost like I gotta not just pull the bush, but take the roots with it. You know what I mean? Otherwise, that bush is just going to keep growing back. If that makes sense at all. So moving on means to me that, as you go through this change, the waters are just a little choppy, but don't let that scare you. You've been through worse. It just means that through the choppiness, eventually, if you keep moving, let's say forward, then the waters become much calmer. We have sacrifice. Card of Leo. Sacrifice. It's almost like something is sacrificed here. We have the waiting game. And then we have material and spiritual prosperity. I like that. So I feel like, listen, I feel like, Jennifer, I feel like you've been in a period of time where things just felt dark. You know what I mean? Like I can't see the light through the dark, but yet you can, and you do. And I feel like you already did, or you are, and not just you, you and your husband. I feel like, like if I don't know what's toxic, if we don't know, what has become toxic to us, and we don't cut that out, that's going to keep us in more of the dark type of energy. But if we can really see the root of the problem, right? It's like even in the dark, we can make it back to the light. Knowing that, believing that, trusting that. But again, it's always going to be up to you, because you have the waiting game here. I feel like, you only wait for so long. But I love that it says material and spiritual prosperity. So I feel right off the bat, it's talking about your money. Okay, these are all in reverse. I'm going to turn them around. mental conflict. I've got a lot of cards, so I'm going to go a little quicker. That's the Two of Swords, shadow, the moon, uncertainty. Hello, spiritual union. Two twos. So again, it makes me feel like you and your husband must be soulmates. We have firm foundation. I feel like nothing works without a firm foundation. You know, it may work for a period of time, but all you like, it's like one thing happens, everything comes crashing down. So having that firm foundation, I feel like is a must. Hello, new beginnings, and then partnerships and alliances. Okay. Um, the Fool, new beginning. You know, the past is the past. The future is the future. I feel like I love the Fool next to partnerships and alliances because if you just look at them, look how they're holding on to each other. You know what I mean? It's like they're still holding on to each other. And what's mirrored by that is the soulmates, spiritual union. We're already in spiritual union, but what's mirrored by spiritual union? Rejoice and celebration. So I feel like the main thing here is like, you know, will things get better? I feel like the opportunity for them to get better are all right in front of us. The only thing we have to look at is will we allow ourselves to, I feel like, look at our foundation. Can we understand that, you know, during the dark times, there were things that we have learned, but we also have to learn how to put them behind us. And when we put them behind us, that is part of growing our foundation. I don't care how long someone's been married. If the foundation's not strong, I just feel like that the house can be blown over at any time. So that's why I feel like the foundation is everything. But I love the Fool because it's free and clear energy. I feel like this is saying that yes, things are going to get better. Not only are they going to get better, but you guys are soulmates. Um, but again, it doesn't mean like let's say don't things don't get better, and you know, it doesn't mean you got to stay with someone just because they're a soulmate. Again, but this is I'm not seeing a breakup. I'm seeing more of reality. Like we have to be really real. And if we're able to be really real with no ego, and it's hard not to have ego, but I mean, like, even discussions about our future and what we can create and what we need to like fix or what have you. But everything looks good. It looks like it's almost like I'm thinking of the song again, like the dark days are over. The dark days are over, and now you're starting to move into a much easier, lighter type of energy. Just don't wear any blindfolds, right? Know the truth, and the truth is the truth is the truth, though, you know, there can be different perspectives of that. You know, the spiritual union mirrored over here by sacrifice. So, you know, there may be some things that had to be sacrificed, but it won't be anything you'll look back and be like, oh man, why did I sacrifice that? Why did we sacrifice that? No. And then I'm looking at the shadow here. Here, it's like someone is looking at the two sides of themselves, the dark side, which we all carry, and the light side. The light's what's being illuminated. So I feel like that's your answer. Okay. I hope that helped, Jennifer. But I feel good about it, though. I also feel like, you know, you've been through it at the same time. Okay. I hope that helped. Colleen, you've had a nagging feeling someone from your past is thinking about you. However, not reaching out. I'm not sure if I should just let that play out. Okay, Colleen. So you have this nagging feeling that someone from your past is thinking about you. Nagging feeling makes me feel like, is that a good thing? However, not reaching out. I'm not sure if I should just let that play out or you reach out. I feel like that may be what you're asking me. First of all, is there someone of your past thinking about you? Let's use the Universal Tarot. I'm going to give it some shuffles, and this is for calling. I would just want to I feel like we used these already, so I want to make sure they're shuffled good. Sorry, I'm taking extra time, guys. By the way, I am going to have chat replay on. So if, you have to leave, like if you asked your question, but you had to leave before it got answered, just watch it on chat replay. And because I'm going to try to answer all the questions. All right, but right now we're on Colleen. All right. Someone thinking about Colleen. Someone of her past thinking about her. And if so, should she do anything about that? Will anything happen with that? We have the Seven of Swords. We have the Queen of Wands. Look at that. We have the Knight of Cups. Unexpected cup of fulfillment. I don't love that the Seven of Swords is there first. However, this person looks like they're humbled, to be honest. We have the Three of Cups. There could be someone from your past who maybe drank a lot. And because they drank a lot, they made some stupid decisions. And because I feel like this person in the Seven of Swords, and I very seldom do I feel this, I feel they feel a little humbled. Or is that the right word? Or even shamed. Like I'm a little shameful of like my actions. But you're right. Someone's thinking of you. And this Knight of Cups, unexpected cup of fulfillment. Let's not forget that. Fulfillment. And then the Three of Cups next to that. So ultimately an opportunity to celebrate. Though I am feeling it in two ways. I am feeling it also where someone of the past could have, I don't want to say they had a drinking problem, but I feel like may have made some stupid choices and decisions when they didn't have clarity of mind, let's say. There's no excuse. But, the truth is the truth at the same time. We have the Emperor, card of Aries. Look at that. Ten of Cups. Just came out and put itself right in position. Thank you. Wish all the cards would do that. Just like put themselves right out. We have, look at this, the Five of Cups. And then the Five of Pentacles. Wow. Colleen. Wow. Yeah. I do believe you. I do believe that someone is thinking of you. And I do believe that this is potentially someone that, I'm not going to say necessarily you had a love relationship with, though I kind of feel like you did. But at the same time, I feel like with the Five of Pentacles here, like someone got thrown out into the cold. Someone got thrown the tower. And then I look at the Three of Cups above that, and I cannot help but think you know, like like back in the day. I think of like stupid mistakes I made back when I used to drink. Like I don't drink anymore, but um not that I had a drinking problem, but I made some stupid decisions when I'm talking like way back, like in my early 20s. Um I say stupid decisions, but they certainly taught me a lot at the same time. So, that's kind of what I'm feeling like is this person, there's definitely someone that is thinking about you. There's definitely someone is thinking about potentially coming in. I definitely feel like someone is missing you. Um, I feel like they are thinking about it's hmm, almost like, I wish I could have done things different. Interesting how we have the Five of Cups with the Ten of Cups right next to it. Who is the Emperor? Look at that, the Knight of Pentacles. Well, a guardian angel. Look at that. Knight of Pentacles. Well, let's talk about this Knight of Pentacles. I feel like it's a guardian angel energy. This knight is a slow moving knight, but sometimes slow is good, especially if someone had to overcome like the Seven of Swords type of energy. Again, I feel like this person's head is down, almost like so they probably had the like a lack mentality. They could have grown up and like there wasn't a lot to go around, so I had to take what I could take when I could take it type of energy, and it was up to them to overcome that energy. But the Knight of Pentacles talks about coming in at the right time. So I feel like if this is, and then you have the Knight of Cups. Should you do anything? Was that your question? Should you, um, or if you should just let it play out? I feel like you should just let it play out. And then I feel like I want to come over and look at these two fives with the Knight of Swords. Okay, so this is what I'm feeling, Colleen. I 100% agree with you. Someone's thinking about you. I do feel like it would be like in the love arena. I don't know if I want to say, love, but it feels that way. I definitely feel like someone was thrown the tower, probably because of previous actions. And then we have the Knight of Swords coming over these two fives. So communication. And here's what I feel. I feel like listen, listen to see what they have to say. Trust your intuition. You know what I mean? It's easy for us to get defensive right away. But if this is something that you may be interested in, then I would say hear them out. Hear them out and see if changes really have been made. And then I'm looking at the Emperor also as in someone that I can look up to. And this knight is coming right over the Emperor. So not only do I feel like, again, your spirit guides, I feel like it's also talking about the evolution or is that the right word? Um, Someone evolving in their energy. But, again, I feel like hear them out. If you want to hear them out, I do feel like they're going to tell you the truth. And, I feel like with the Knight of Pentacles here, it's like it happens in its own time anyway. So the Knight of Pentacles, is really nothing I can do to make them like it comes at the right time. And that's what I can trust in. And again, I feel like you have a guide who's watching over you, probably watching over your love life. So I feel like if this is anything that would be like bad, then you'll know it very quickly through your intuition. It's interesting because the Queen of Wands doesn't matter what your sign is. I feel like you are the Queen of Wands, and she's got that little black cat there. And I often feel her black cat is like she sends her black cat out first to feel the situation, come back and report to me. But I love that the Ten of Cups is here. So, there's that potential. But what should you do about it? I don't know. I don't feel like you really need to do anything but just live your life and when they make communication, listen. But listen with your spiritual ears. And then from there, you make a decision. The Ten of Cups and then two fives, another 10. So, but I do feel like, I have to look at that Seven of Swords, and it does feel like someone who probably hurt you in some way, or could just have been their energy back in the day type of thing. I do feel like they have evolved, but you want to make sure that that's the case. That's, in the same breath. Okay. So, pick that up. I hope that helped, Colleen. All right, Ray Tulit. All right, how do you navigate a soul connection that is intense and difficult? All right, what do I want to use? Excuse me, I can't even put this on hold. Hang on 1 second. Huh?
I want to make supper.
I'm not even done yet.
How long do you think it'll be?
Probably an hour. I mean, you can make it and I'll just eat when I'm done.
Huh?
You can make it and I'll just eat when I'm done.
I was going to make hamburgers. Baked beans.
All right, or I'll just have a sandwich. Doesn't even matter.
What?
I can just have a sandwich. Doesn't even matter. I don't even care. All right. Sorry about that, guys. All right, where are we at, Ray? It was Sam asking. It's funny. It's not even 4 o'clock. He's like, I'm going to make dinner. It's not even 4 o'clock yet. How do you navigate a soul connection that is intense and difficult? Look at that, love. 7 of Cups. That's exactly your energy right now, right? It feels like there's the love, but then there's the 7 of Cups. What do I do about it? That's the Lovers, by the way. Look at this, the Ace of Cups, Ray. I don't feel like love is the question. We have the Hangman. We have the Five of Swords. Okay, there's your difficulty. It's like it's lying your question right in front of me. We have the Four of Cups under the Ace of Cups. Let me slide these up because I want to take them all. We have the Ten of Pentacles. I don't know why I'm taking them in threes. King Cups. All right, King of Swords. The High Priestess. The Queen of Pentacles. And then the Sun. Beautiful. All right, I don't know why I did them in threes instead of fours, but let's look at this because I feel like first and foremost, your question came up in the cards immediately. I feel like there's no lack of love. Number one, there's not a lack of love, but we all know, or at least we figure it out through our lifetime, that there has to be more than love. You have the Five of Swords here, which talks about some type of toxicity, and then the Hangman next to that. So I feel like that has to be dealt with, right? Whatever is toxic, whatever it is that feels toxic within this relationship, within this connection, I do feel like I have to look at that. Four Cups next to that, discontentment and boredom in one's life, but it's also asking you to use your spiritual discernment as it relates to any decisions being made. You do have the Ten of Pentacles, so this does feel like something that could truly take root. And then the High Priestess below that. You have the High Priestess mirroring the Lovers up here. Your intuition, trusting your intuition. And the Sun is illumination. Now, it's illumination over everything, though. I feel like one of the things you want to ask your guides is, like, how do we overcome the Five of Swords energy? How do we overcome it? I feel like, I could say pour more love on it, but I don't know that that's the answer. The Ace of Wands, interesting, because that is passion, desire. There's something at the root of the problem. There's something at the root of this connection. I feel like it can be dealt with? I do feel like it can be dealt with. But I do feel like until it's dealt with, then it'll stay difficult. It'll stay disconnected, so to speak. So I got to figure out what is it in the Five of Swords. Well, the Ace of Wands comes over that. So it can be like, that talks about your passion, your action. Maybe there's a lack of action. Maybe someone's not showing their passion. And therefore it it makes you wonder. Two Pentacles. Well, there's you wondering. Do I stay or do I go? It's interesting because I feel like until we figure out what the Five of Swords means in this relationship or in this partnership, whatever we want to call it, it's kind of like why the Hangman is here. It's what puts a pause in the action, so to speak. I feel like there's some uncertainty. Someone may be a little fearful, like deep down, they may be fearful of love. And therefore I have a hard choice. Like it makes it hard for me to give all of myself. It's probably because of something in the past. I don't necessarily mean because of you, but nonetheless, it's here. So it feels like it's almost like someone's holding back their passion because of uncertainty. And, should I continue to do that? Well, the sun is saying we can make this feel brand new again. We can do that. But again, it's like that energy of like, cutting down a bush and thinking it won't grow back, but then I left the roots in the ground. It will grow back. All right, let's take one more over that. Look at that, the Seven of Swords. Dang. I feel like there's a lot going on here. Ray, I feel like there's a lot going on here. And it may feel more energetically than like in the physical plane, if that makes sense. Like in my mind and their mind and both your minds. Um, I have a feeling someone wonders if someone else is being loyal. I also feel like there may be, part of that Five of Swords may be like communication. Look at that, the Eight of Swords. Dang it, Ray. I feel like someone just hasn't dealt with something that has happened to them previously, and therefore they have brought it forward with them. Now, whether it be you or the other person or both of you, because of this, what feels like untrustworthy energy, it created this self created prison. And it's hard to get through that prison, right? Because this person is trying to protect themselves. So I feel like the question more is like, what do I do about it? Like, what do I do about it? Well, the Ace of Wands feels like, there's still opportunity here. The Sun feels like there's still opportunity here. There's no denying that there's love, no denying that. I feel like I just got to keep coming from my truth. You know what I mean? Like, I got to stand in my integrity. I feel like, let's say it's the other person. Let's say they're just, like they haven't been lucky in love. And because I almost feel like a broken soul, and that brokenness has followed me. Um, so I feel like whoever it may be, and maybe it's both of you, I feel like there does need to be a little bit of tenderness. But I also feel there needs to be truth. And without those two things, I feel like there's difficulty. Well, you're already in that energy. This is one of those type of relationships where I feel like it can take a lot and bounce back. But I do feel like there is someone in here in the relationship between the two of you that, you know, someone's got this wall of protection up. And maybe they don't even mean to have it up. What's above that? Seven of Cups. Let's take one right in between that. The Emperor. Someone may have had some problems with their father. Or find that like something their father did when they were growing up has followed them into their present life. And it's one of those type of energies where, like you think of a parent, and let's just say that this parent didn't do something great in love, and you say to yourself as a child, like, "Oh, I'm not going to do that." I'm going to be loving and this and that, and then you grow up and you find yourself in that situation. I feel like that's part of something that you're dealing with. It feels like the other person, to be honest, but it feels like that's part of why this Eight of Swords is created. And the only person who can uncreate it is the person who's created it. I feel like someone has a trust issue. And I feel like that's the root of the problem. So I feel like the trust issue, and again, even if it's not verbally, why can I talk, expressed, it's still something that's within them. All right, so knowing all we know, tell me a little bit more. The Four of Swords, healing. So I feel like this can be healed. I already felt that. Like this can be healed, but we have to look at the root of the problem. It's almost like, why can't someone just love me the way I want them to love me? Why can't they love me the way I love them? Well, because there's issues that they haven't dealt with yet. And these issues there's no way they cannot show themselves in some way. I feel like part of it is a trusting issue, but I feel like it relates way back to like their childhood. But bottom line is, I wanted to know. So let's say we do figure this out. We do deal with the root of the problem, or does it do us any good? Well, the Four of Swords shows up. That's healing. So I do feel like this can be healed. The sun can shine again. The sun's being mirrored by the Ace of Cups, by the way. So, you know, I feel like ultimately it's going to come out. You don't have to stick around. The hangman is like making that decision. Do I stick around or do I not? But I feel like, again, if you can get to the root of the problem, and this Eight of Swords energy can be dealt with, like, in other words, that self created prison can be uncreated, then I feel like, doesn't mean again there won't be challenges, but you work together through these challenges. So I feel like, that in a way that's your answer. Now, if this is the other person who has these issues and like they're having a hard time moving beyond them, you even understanding them, like, listen, if this is something that goes way back, then you do have to have a little compassion and empathy with them. You do need to let them know that I am not, let's say it's their father. I am not your father. You know what I mean? But it has to also come through action. But bottom line is, I feel like there is a potential of real healing here. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come out. It's showing the love, but it's also showing the problems. But it's also showing that it can be healed. So I don't know if that answered it in the way that you wanted it to be answered, but I feel like just the way the cards came out, it was like exactly what you asked me. Okay, let's keep going. I hope that helped, Ray. All right, Sarah. Oh, hello from North Carolina. Janet. Sandy, I'm an oldie and widowed. Can you please tell me where my path lies? Feeling lost since losing my soulmate. Thank you with love and gratitude. You're welcome. I'm sorry about losing your soulmate. Um, though you do know your soulmate's with you. And I almost feel like I didn't need to tell you that. Okay. So you're an oldie. I'm an oldie also. And by the way, I really didn't find great love in my life until in my late 50s. So you never know. Or was I 60? Can you please tell me where my path lies? Feeling lost since losing my soulmate. Okay, Janet. Janet Huff. Janet Huff. Let's use the light seers. First, I want to close my door again. Oh. Y'all get to see me in my PJs. Okay. I feel like this is too low. All right, Janet. I'm using the light seers, Janet. I want to remind everyone to also check out my daughter's channel, Jenny Love Tarot. She's a single mom, so any support you can give her would be greatly appreciated. And I mean, in just like going to her channel, watching her videos, I think that a lot of you will really enjoy her. She just needs a better phone. Other than that, like her readings, I think are fantastic. And she's really learning to trust in herself. So any support you can help give her, I really appreciate it. And she's planning on doing a lot of lives this week, but more than just this week. So it's Jenny Love Tarot. Okay. I don't know why I feel like I had to say that right then and there, but and I'm only saying that because she's having a hard time paying her electric bill, and I don't want to say she's doing lives just for that, but sometimes we got to do what we got to do. Anyways, Janet. All right. Let's just see what's next for you, Janet. Oh, card went flying. The Chariot. That's good. Unlimited potential. Again, we're in the year of the Chariot. Thank you, Cheryl. I do see you. I'm going right in order. All right. Chariot. 2 Pentacles. Page of Wands. It's almost like this is like giving you free reign to create the world that you want. Page of Wands often feels my fool. This is someone who, I mean, just look at her. She's like throwing her wand up in the air, and wherever it lands is where she goes. You do have a lot of energy of movement, whether that be physical movement or just change. Interesting, because it's the first time I noticed in this card where it looks like there's a portal here on the side. So this could be talking about I feel like this is also your connection. 8 of Swords. I feel like that's you feeling right now a little stuck. But that 8 of Swords is mirroring the Chariot. Interesting, because we're in a universal year 7. We're moving into a universal year 8. 7, 8. Do not move into that year with the self-created prison. Look at this. We have the Nine of Cups, inner harmony. This is loving your life again. You know, it's hard when you've lost the love of your life. I know I've lost my son. It just reminds me of that. When I see the King of Wands, it always reminds me of my son. Um, but it's very difficult when you've lost the love of your life and you think, well, that's it. Life is over. You know, what's left, that type of thing. But there's a lot left, right? It's just not your time yet. I know you call yourself an oldie, but you know, amazing things can happen in this time of our lives. Just think because, you know, a lot of the responsibilities that used to be, we no longer have. It's like almost a sense of freedom. Okay. We have the Nine of Wands. Then we have the Five of Wands. Interesting. I want to keep going though. I want to say, don't get caught up in other people's dramas. Don't get caught up in other people's limited ideas for you. You know, like let's say, like I ask my friends or I ask a family member, like, what should I do? Where should I go? They say nowhere. Stay where you're at. Da da da. This is about what you want, and this is about what I feel like is really unlimited potential for you. But I do feel like you've got to know that, and you've got to not allow other people to interfere in that. The Eight of Swords, you know, we keep seeing it, and it is a self-created prison. But if we look at the Eight of Swords in this image, you can see it's like your higher self is looking down at your human self, like, look what you're doing. Look what you're doing. You're creating this prison. You're holding yourself in place. You know, your higher self is like, mm-mm, you've been here before. You can overcome this. You can still have greatness in your life. You just got to know it. You got to believe it. Above what anybody else tells you, by the way. You know, the Nine of Cups is very happy in one's life. It doesn't mean, again, that everything's perfect. But what it does mean is I have inner harmony. And when I say I mean you. And then the Chariot, unlimited potential. You know, first I got to find balance. That means that the Eight of Swords has to be uncreated, and that will balance the horses, so to speak. We want to remember the Chariot is our intention. Like our intentions tell the chariot where to go. It's not the reins of the horse. That's the power that we have. And we got to remember that. Like we have the power to really, you know, it's the seeds that we plant today determine what our tomorrow and our future is going to look like. It's not all about like what does divine have in store for me. It's like divine saying, well, what do you have in store for yourself? What seeds do you want to plant? And then nurturing those seeds. Okay, let's keep going. I want to take four more. We have the Nine of Swords, which is exactly the energy I feel like you're in now. You know, it's a lot of worry, but the meaning of the Nine of Swords is unnecessary worry. And I want you to keep that in mind. It's unnecessary worry. It is worry nonetheless. But the universe is saying you don't need this worry. You know, it's like if you're worried about your soulmate, like I feel like because I felt like this was my son, I also feel like it's your soulmate, like part of your life. You know, you can't see me, but I'm here. I'm here. Um, and I feel like, I feel like you've been in this Eight of Swords for a while. And it's time to get back to, like, if I was your soulmate, I'd be saying it's time to get back to you. It's time to get back to you loving your life again, finding those little things that can make you happy. It's about inner harmony. Nobody else can supply this for you except for you. But then, here's the Nine of Swords, worry. This worry can turn into sleepless nights, depression, all of that. But the good news about that, again, is it's unnecessary worry. And I feel like once we understand that and we're able to move out of that energy, whatever it has created, like sleepless nights or depression, I feel like, if it's depression, it starts to lift. Like, I don't feel like I have to go get medication. I feel like it lifts with, it's an energetic lift. All right, let's keep going. By the way, guys, those is, are like, when are you going to get to my question? This is what I do for the members. Um, I give detailed readings. I just do. I can't help it. Like, I just can't help not do it. So, just know that. We have the Two of Wands. Look at that. Two Wands is being mirrored by the Two of Pentacles. But look, this person's looking at the window, and it's like she's looking at all, like, where do I want to go? She's got a globe beside her. She's got her map out. I love that. There's the old time Volkswagen Beetle, not Beetle, bus. We had one when we were growing up. My dad sold cars for Volkswagen. That's actually what brought us to Indiana, um, from Pittsburgh. Um, so that reminds me of like olden days. We have the Eight of Wands. And then we have the High Priestess, your intuition. So, my dear, first of all, the High Priestess is being mirrored by the Nine of Swords. Again, worry, right? But unnecessary worry. Why is there unnecessary worry here? Well, because of the because of the Eight of Swords, self-created prison. I have a feeling you created a prison once you lost your soulmate. And I feel like that's the last thing your soulmate would want for you. I feel like quite the opposite. I feel like it's now time. I feel like there's a lot of good things that are opening up for you. But I do feel like it does take your action at the same time. I feel like there's a need to tell you not to believe in people who are telling you, anything that cannot be done, because if you believe it can be done, then it shall be done. I feel like taking on this page's energy, right? Like I'm just throwing my wand into the air, and wherever it lands is where I'm going to go. Now, not foolishly, right? Because underneath it is the Nine of Wands. So it speaks about the strength that you've gained through your experiences. And that's really what you want to look at. Like, say, like tell yourself, like, look at what you've overcome, look how strong you've come. Doesn't mean you don't have moments of weakness, but this is about the spiritual strength you have gained due to your experiences. Here's this eight, and I feel like it's talking again about 2024, but also I feel like it's talking about changes, like, but first and foremost, the self-created prison must come down. And I feel like when that comes down, the world is your oyster. Now, that doesn't mean everything just falls in your lap, but I feel like you're much more clear on what to do next, let's just say. It feels like like I've had a heavy weight on my chest. And then as I uncreate this self-created prison, the weight is lifted off my chest and I can breathe again. I can breathe again. So I feel like, this is you creating whatever you want, right? It's you planting the pinnacles and then being willing to take the action to follow those. Maybe you do nothing other than just uncreate this barrier and automatically the nine of cups, like inner harmony, finds you. Get rid of this worry, right? It's unnecessary worry. I don't care how old you are. You know what I mean? It has nothing to do about that because listen, with age comes wisdom. You know what I mean? So be proud of all that. And above all, trust within your own intuition because I feel like there's no limit where you can go or what you can do, so to speak. But I feel like first and foremost, the Eight of Swords needs to be uncreated. And then I feel like then the world is your oyster. Then you do what feels right. But beyond all that, even if there's zero movement, it's about how it makes you feel inside. Inner harmony, balance, feeling happy about life again and its opportunities. Even if I don't know what opportunities are coming my way, I'm 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 at this place where I'm open and the universe knows that. So it's like switching this Nine of Swords to the Nine of Cups, learning to trust your intuition instead of a fear based mind. And then the Chariot says, and then everything is unlimited, my dear. Okay. I feel like I definitely feel like your spirit guides are here. And I feel that for everyone. But I definitely feel like that was definitely meant for you. Okay, where am I at? Dun, dun, dun. Okay. I'm just looking for the next. I'm trying to go in order. All right. So Janet, we just did you. Christine, will an upcoming business venture come to fruition with a friend? Christine, will an upcoming business venture come to fruition with a friend? This is for Christine. I'm going to use the Universal Tarot. First, I want to make myself some room. So, Christine, will this business venture, come to fruition with you and your friend? My screen does look a little foggy. All right, we have the Seven of Wands, standing your ground. We have the Queen of Cups. We have the Two Swords. We have Judgment. You know, Judgment's calling you to the present moment. That was Mother Mary's message in the very beginning of our reading. And it does speak about a rebirth. We have the Ace of Swords. We have the Queen of Pentacles. Look at that, two queens together. Doesn't even matter your signs. I feel like this is you and your friend. And it's interesting because I'm reading you like the Queen of Pentacles. Because I feel like I feel like this is something that you want to come to fruition. And interesting because I feel like up here, your friend may have a little fear about that. But I feel like at the same breath, like you can help alleviate those fears. You know, I feel like part of your specialty is picking up those details that other people miss, you know, kind of like a psychic would. Seven of Swords. And then, hello, Ten of Pentacles. Wow. First of all, I feel like that's your answer. Your answer is yes. Now, in the perfect world, the answer is yes. However, I do feel like your friend, it could be you, but I don't know why I'm feeling this more of like your friend, because I feel like you, it's like I see you like if someone is like, you know, okay, well, I have this question, I have this question. I see you as being like the one who can give the answers, if that makes sense. Like you're the one who can help soothe the energy. Now, I feel like this, you know, the Two Swords talks about a blindfold, right? And right below it's a Seven of Swords, so untrustworthy energy. I'm wondering if the two of you are wondering if you can trust each other at the same time. But the Ten of Pentacles tells me that you can truly create abundance with this venture. Not just that, but this is something that will take root. You know, could take root even when you're gone from this world. But let's take four more. I want to just look at, you know, there's only that one line, the Two Swords and the Seven of Swords, that throws, I guess, a little bit of a block. We have the Nine of Wands. And then we have the Two of Cups. I feel like this is you and your friend. I feel like you and your friend are soulmates. You know, we want to keep that in mind. Soulmates don't always mean love. Though it can mean love. You know, like I could actually see this being like a dating site, you know, that type of thing, like matchmaking type of thing. I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but I could see that. But I also feel like this is saying that you and your friend are soulmates. I feel like one of the ways that you would explain it to someone is like talking about your own experiences, like, you know, like I've had these experiences. I come to the table with the wisdom. Doesn't mean I have all the answers, right? I don't have all the answers, but these are the things that we'll learn as we go. You know, the Seven of Wands opening up your reading, standing your ground, being mirrored by judgment, a call to the present moment so that there can be a rebirth. And then judgment, well, what is this rebirth? Out comes the Ten of Pentacles. And in a way, I feel like whether your friend says yay or nay, I don't know why that would stop you. Now, I'm sure there's a reason. We have the King of Swords. It's almost like someone's getting in someone's ear. We have the Five, interesting, the Five of Pentacles under the Ten of Pentacles, and then the Strength card. Okay. First of all, I feel like the venture could be very lucrative. Seems to be the word of the day for me today for some reason. I feel like also, there may be someone getting in someone's ear, casting doubt. And I feel like you have the wisdom to, like, if your friend comes to you with like all these questions, I feel like you can soothe their mind, so to speak. And it's interesting too, because I don't know if like part of the worry is like, I may have to like put up some money for this. I do feel like you want to make sure that your friend wants to do this. You know what I mean? Because in a way, I feel like with or without, I feel like you could still do this. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel that. But I do feel like, if there's any opposition, it may be because somebody else is whispering in their ear. But I feel, again, your wisdom can help settle their mind. So I do feel like it can come to fruition. And look at this, we have an 8. So it could be the beginning of 2024. All right, anything else? The Emperor, look at that. The business owner. The business owner. The leader of the people. The wise one. This is the energy of other people looking up to you because of your experiences. This isn't just about someone just sitting there like, barking off orders. No, I've been there. I've done that. So the business owner, I love seeing that right now. I feel like it's going to go forward. And, I do feel like there's a little doubt with your friend. I feel like they can overcome him and you can help them overcome that. But still, I'm picking up the energy of like, even if like that friend would say no, or back out or what have you, I feel like you can still do it, because I feel like this 10 of Pentacles is really meant for you. Doesn't mean like, there's a 5 underneath it, so we could be splitting it, right? Splitting the profits, so to speak. But nonetheless, I love that the Emperor was the last card. I mean, he is the business owner. She is the business owner. This is someone who puts a plan in place and follows that plan, not afraid to veer off the plan, but follows the plan. This is someone who can really, other people really, are going to look up to you again. And I don't think it could have happened without your experiences. So again, it's another message that talks about like our past experiences, even the difficult ones, like how we have learned and grown from them. And then like, I feel like a lot of times, like our experiences are meant to then be shared with the world. So bottom line, Christine, I feel like yes, the answer is yes. It doesn't mean it comes together exactly like it is in your mind's eye, but it does feel like it is coming together, and more than that, it feels lucrative. It feels like it feels good. Okay. Oh, thank you so much, Janet. That was beautiful. Thank you. Um, I see the other ones giving donations. I just want you to know you don't have to. Um, Cheryl, thank you. Enzo, thank you. But let me go back. Again, Broken Be Bliss, thank you. I don't know who's still here, but I'm trying to answer the questions in order. I feel like it's the fair way of doing it. Okay. All right. So did Christine. You're welcome, Lori Ann. You're probably no longer here. Hi, Wendy. Sasha from Moscow. All right, Sasha. Can you get a message about love, if there is any? Can you get a message about love, if there is any? I'm assuming you mean like, is there going to be love? Well, let's just leave it open. I'm going to use the crystal vision, and this is for Sasha from Russia, Moscow. Love, love, love. All right. Any messages for Sasha about love? Nine of Wands. The High Priestess. Your intuition. Something I like to, I don't know if I want to say teach on my channel, is the High Priestess is our GPS for this lifetime. Like, it's a gift that we were given. And the more that we pay attention to it, I feel like the easier our life. But it really is our GPS for this lifetime. We have the 10 of Wands. Hello, 4 of Wands. That's the marriage card, Sasha. 6 of Cups. First of all, I feel like you've been through a difficult time. No doubt. You've been through a period of time where, like, there was just a lot on your shoulders. And listen, maybe it just needed to be that way. It can be the raising of a family, it can, whatever it may be. The 10 of Wands to me does signify a period of time where, like, heavy responsibilities, but also like putting everything upon my shoulders. 9 of Wands wants you to reflect upon that. You know what I mean? Because it's good to help others, yes, but like, you're not meant to take the brunt of all the weight, so to speak. Now, we do have the 6 of Cups down here. So, 6 of Cups, normally, to me, it signifies someone that you probably already know. I love that the 4 of Wands is here. That is the marriage card. Though, let's just say it's the commitment card, because I don't feel like it always has to go into marriage. Let's keep going, though. I do feel like there's a need to put your past behind you. Learn what you can learn from it. And I know I sound like a broken record, but I feel like it's a necessity to really give you the type of life that you want. It's not a necessity, but if I want to really be happy, then I've got to learn when to close doors, right? I don't want to keep doors open because, it's just the backdraft. It just keeps pulling me back. So closing doors, ending chapters, and being okay with that, and knowing that, hey, maybe a new chapter is going to open up type of energy. Look at that, the unknown card, which is the high priestess. And it's interesting because she's coming below the high priestess. Here, her ball is all clouded. Her crystal ball is clouded. She can't see. Maybe she's not meant to. Maybe she's just not meant to. Well, I shouldn't say that. Maybe she's only meant to see, you know, step by step, day by day. Hello, Ten of Cups being replaced. It's replacing the Ten of Wands. Wow. And then the Page of Pentacles, mirroring the Six of Cups. Interesting, Sasha. I feel like, again, I feel like a lot of you, including myself, have been through some energy that's been difficult. Now, maybe it's been planetary, but I also feel like just life. Life, like many of us are going through like difficult situations. But I feel like this is talking about like ending, like the ability to end a lot of it. Some things we can't, like sometimes things need our responsibility. But I feel like this is talking about what was, because the Nine of Wands wants you to reflect upon that Ten of Wands. And it could say, how are you as in love? Like, do you expect, have you learned the art of give and take? And that means, I have a feeling you're able to give, but do you allow yourself to receive also? Um, I feel like as it's talking about love, it's saying that there is a love that is on your path. When is it going to happen? Well, I feel like that's what the unknown card is talking about. I feel like it'll happen when it happens. Um, Sorry. Page of Pentacles being mirrored by the Six of Cups, that could give you a clue. Page of Pentacles could be a younger Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn, but doesn't have to be. This person feels very laid back. They got their ukulele, like they're just sitting in a tree playing their music. They may have some interest in film. I don't know why I said it like that. Film. Like it could be like they love movies, that type of thing, but they also love music. I think we're getting a little peek of the potential. I say potential because so much depends on us at the same time. We have the Five of Wands, and then we have the Five of Cups. How interesting that we're getting the same cards through different decks. And that's why that's why I put replay on, because I really think it's important to understand that sometimes your questions are being answered through other people. I feel like that's the way spirit works. They use us as a collective, not use us, but I know my guides. I just know this from doing, with memberships. Like a lot of times our answers, you're going to get it in your own reading, but there may be other clues too. So just watch replay if you want. Anyways, two fives down here, the Five of Wands and the Five of Cups. So I feel like because the Five of Wands is mirrored by the Nine of Wands, you do want to reflect upon this. So the Five of Wands talks about like battling type energy. I don't feel like this is anything you're interested in bringing back into your life, but I feel like I do have to understand it, know it, because we do have the Five of Wands with the Ten of Wands here. But the Nine of Wands, to me, overrules all of that. Like I can look at the hard parts of my life and I can see how I've truly grown from them. I've learned not to like get caught up in drama, that type of thing. I feel like there's someone maybe on your heart. Um, you know, now this could be a soulmate type energy that you haven't even met yet, because sometimes I feel like when we're about to meet a soulmate, there's this yearning within us, and we may not even know why. But here is the Six of Cups that, look at the Six of Cups with the Five of Cups and then 10 of Cups. They're all like connected. Five of Cups says, think about where your focus is at. And if you're focusing on the things that you've lost, you want to consider like not doing that, because anytime you say five, think of change. Um, and then look at what card is it? So in the Five of Cups, it's I'm focusing in my emotional house, but I'm focusing on the things that I've lost. The Five of Wands, well, that's battling type energy. That's where, if I'm expecting apologies or someone to back down, it's not going to happen. What do I do about that? Well, the only thing I really can do, unless I'm like in the drama, is to walk away from it. We have the moon, and then we have the fool. So funny. I forgot what your question was even about. Um, though it doesn't really matter. Let me go back. It was staying in place for me. Now it's moving around. All right. Hang on. I'm just trying to find. Why do I feel like I lost this? Sasha. Sasha, right? We were with Sasha. Um, so the fool. The fool's being mirrored by the Four of Wands, the marriage card. I feel like this is definitely telling you you have the opportunity to, or there will be an opportunity of love in your life again. Um, take on the fool's energy. That means like being free and clear. It means I'm not going to carry the weight of yesterday with me. I'm only going to carry the wisdom. I don't feel like, like you're meant to know more than you're meant to know, because I feel like sometimes things are meant to be like, how do I say it? We can't really plan love. And I definitely feel like this is saying love is coming back into your life. I keep saying back into your life, but I feel like this is different. And I feel like it's different because I feel like there's a lot of hard lessons that have been learned. I feel like ultimately you are going to be making a commitment to someone if you choose, right? It's up to the fool. The fool can say no, but the fool is more than happy to take a leap of faith at the same time. I feel like we're getting a little bit of a clue of how this person will be. So I like their energy a lot. I feel like, again, they feel laid back, but they also feel, um, someone who has been working, taking care of themselves, that type of energy. Sign wise, what do we have on the table? We have the moon, which is Pisces, um, ruler of Cancer, and then the Page of Pentacles can be Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn. But really, I kind of don't want you to think about the signs. The moon is a little bit of uncertainty. And I feel like maybe the universe is like, okay, but we also need you not to, like, we need you to understand that when we focus on what we have lost, we kind of get stuck in that energy. Instead, start looking optimistically at what can be, because I feel like there is something or there is someone. And it feels kind of beautiful. I mean, you do have the 10 of Cups here. You have the Four of Wands. And to me, the Four of Wands is the most beautiful love card in the tarot because it's true commitment. It's true love. And when I say commitment, I mean commitment till the end of time. So that looks very good, Sasha. All right. I know I'm taking a long time. All right, Sasha. All right, we did Christine. Lori and there's Sasha. Yes, keep clearing. You're right, Lorianne. A clear view revolution. Will Robert Downey Jr. get divorced? Interesting. I didn't even know he was married. Robert Downey Jr. Um, he was in a movie. Well, he's in lots of movies, but one of my favorite movies, I think it was called The Judge. His dad was a judge, and he was an attorney. I think Robert Downey Jr. was living in New York, I think. And I don't want to give it away, but I think it was called The Judge. One of my favorite movies. I haven't seen it in forever, but that's what popped up in my mind. All right, so let's see. She's a Crystal Vision. I mean, the Gilded Tarot. Robert Downey Jr. He also reminds me of my big brother. I feel like they look a lot alike. My big brother's crossed over. But yeah, I didn't even know he was married. All right. Three of Wands. He could be looking out there, looking elsewhere. I feel like, first of all, if he is getting divorced, I don't feel like it's anything that would hold him back. Tower. Look at that. Maybe he is getting divorced. Four of Cups. The Two of Swords. The Sun. Well, let me just put it this way. Three Pentacles. The Magician. And Judgment. A rebirth. So, boy. I do feel like he's going to get a divorce. I don't feel like and I feel like one of the reasons why he may get a divorce is I don't feel like he's satisfied um within his emotional house right now. I don't think this is anything he's taken lightly. But I do feel like because he's got the Tower there, but on the other side that's the Three of Wands. So it's not him looking at like, oh man, Tower sucks. No, I feel quite the opposite. Like I'm starting to think about all that can be. And then Judgment mirroring the Sun. So, there's a rebirth that's potentially happening for him. This could be something he's thinking about, maybe hasn't actually done it yet. But I do feel like I feel like in his heart of hearts, and I don't like saying that because I don't like seeing anyone have to like break up. But in the same breath, I definitely feel like in his soul, it's what he wants. And I do feel like there's discontentment in that part of his life. And there could even be someone else. I don't know that I even want to go there, but there could potentially be, like I do a movie and then I fall for someone. But I feel like the answer is yes. Now, he's got free will, so it doesn't necessarily make it true. But I feel like as we're being shown, the answer definitely feels like a yes to me. Like I'm not second guessing it. But he's got free will. Who knows? Who knows what'll happen? But I feel like if he has it his way, I do feel like he's going to get divorced or break up. But I also feel like I don't feel he's sad about it. AC/DC, one of my favorite bands. All right. AC/DC. You're wondering if the cards had a message for you. Thank you very much. Okay, AC/DC. So funny, when I moved to Rhode Island, my then boyfriend, Jim and I went out to the bar and we were just going to go out and have a couple drinks and, relax. It was like after hard work, a week of work. And we went to this bar that we had never been to before. And we go in, we're sitting at the bar, and it's a big bar. And all of a sudden we hear this live music, and it's an AC/DC cover band. But oh my God, they sounded just like AC/DC. And then the lead singer sounded just like, oh, I can't think of his name, Ansel. Sounded just like him. It's bringing back that memory. So thank you, because that was a great memory. Your name may have nothing to do with that, but it brought that memory to me. So you're just looking for a general message from your guides. General message for ACDC. Seven of Swords. Why is everybody getting the Seven of Swords? The Four of Cups. Two of Wands. I can tell you right now what I feel is there either is or there was some type of untrustworthy energy around you. I feel like it affected you. It affected you within your emotional house. When you look at the Four of Cups, it really stands for discontentment and boredom in one's life, right? I'm looking for something. Something. Well, in the Four of Cups, just like it's shown in this card, there's this cup being offered. So, what it asks you to do is to use your spiritual discernment whether you want to accept that cup or not. But it's like your guides are like, but you're discontent. Why wouldn't you accept it? And then the Two of Wands comes out. So, I feel like this is you saying yes. So, I feel like it's like divine is offering this cup. And I feel like it's after a period of time. I just feel like you're dealing with someone who I feel like they took from you, not in a positive way. Look at this, the Knight of Cups. Knight of Cups, unexpected cup of fulfillment. We have the Page of Swords, and then we have the World. So, ACDC. I feel like before I even move on, the World or divine is offering this cup to you. This can mean love. Doesn't have to be though. It's a cup of fulfillment. That just means it's going to fulfill you in some way. And I feel like it's exactly what you need. Because I feel like if you say yes to this cup, it's starting a new chapter for you. And it's interesting because if you look at that world, you see the Fool right in the middle of the portal. So, taking a leap of faith. We have the Palace of Cups, or the Palace of Pentacles. We have the Hangman. And then we have the Ten of Swords. Okay. I was just going to leave it there, but I feel like I'm not going to leave it on the Ten of Swords. Now, the Ten of Swords tells me that you probably dealt with some type of energy that, just seems to put dagger after dagger after dagger in your back. However, this is not about that. However, I feel like the Hangman is like a pause in the action. Why? Well, it's kind of controlling when this knight shows up. So let's think about this. So here comes this knight, going to offer me a cup of fulfillment. I'm not really content with my life as it is right this moment. Potentially, I've had someone who's taken from me, and I ended up potentially in a repeat pattern with this. So I have to look at this and be like, okay, I need to end this pattern, because continuing the pattern, well, let's just say it'll just put you right back where you were before. This is about something new. This is about something not just new, but when you think of the Palace of Pentacles, I think of holy cow. I think of like eternity. I think because when I think of the Ten of Pentacles, I think of something that takes root. Well, the Palace of Pentacles is one step above that. And listen, I don't feel like you've reached it. I feel like it's the potential of what you can reach. Hello, lover. Head over heart decision. Are you going to take a leap of faith? We have the 8 of Wands, and then we have the 7 of Wands. All right, the 7 of Wands is mirroring the 10 of Swords. First of all, I feel like I need to talk about that because I feel like the 10 of Swords is a repeat pattern. It's someone who will continue to put dagger after dagger in my back, and I've got to know that because the only one who can break this pattern is me. I feel like whoever this person is, I don't feel like they're going to break their pattern. Now, do I feel like it's them that's coming in offering this cup? I don't. And the reason now, it doesn't mean they don't come in with their own cup, but I feel like this is talking about moving you out of like your current energy, moving you into much more abundant type energy. Um, the 8 of Wands, what I think about, I bring about. It's also fast moving energy. It's mirroring the 2 of Wands. So here comes this night unexpectedly. We got to keep that in mind. It's unexpected, but it moves right into the 2 of Wands, and to me, that's you potentially saying yes. And then I feel like it's something that moves very quickly from that point on. Now, the hangman almost is like, I got to think about this. Look at that, Temperance. Temperance came over the hangman. Divine timing. Where the hangman's like, I got to think about this. I'm seeking wisdom on my next steps. Temperance is saying, let go of all that. Let go of control. If you can't control it, let it be. Temperance is a lesson in patience, yes, but it's also about divine timing, and that we can trust in. So I feel like there's some type of fulfillment that's coming your way. Doesn't have to be love, though we do have the lovers here. Hello. And it's connected to the world. So I don't feel like this is what was, this is about what will be, even if it's someone of our past. Listen, if it's this person with the 7 of Swords, you want to know that, right? Because I feel like it's saying it'll just turn into a repeat pattern. So I feel like bye-bye to that. Like, let's just cut that out. And I feel like everything else just kind of falls in place. Everything else falls in place. So it looks like the next chapter, let's say, of your life. If you think of your life as a book and you're the author of that book, how do you want that book to read? What kind of, you want it to be like, okay, well, that chapter looks like the last chapter and that chapter looks like the chapter before. Or do I want it to be like ever flowing and exciting, and when these nights come in I take a chance, and all that, because I feel like you have the opportunity for that. But I do feel like there's one repeat pattern in your life that you want to look at, and maybe you already have, but you don't want to allow it to affect your future. Because again, the 4 of Cups, I'm sitting there a little discontent and bored in my life. And the universe is like, but wait a minute. Wait a minute. We have a cup here for you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when it comes for you? I feel like you're gonna say yes. So something is coming. Something is or someone is coming. But not just that. We want to look at that Palace of Pentacles. That feels like a very abundant type of household, like an abundant type of life. And I don't always mean money, though it does represent money. But I feel like, we all determine like our riches in different ways. Like having a great love to me is being rich, you know, um, that type of thing. So, anyways, I feel like change is on its way, my dear. Um, what you gonna do? And there's nothing wrong with taking something slow. Like if there's a little bit of uncertainty, take it slow. But nonetheless, that night is still showing up. Okay, where are we at? Okay, I'm way back. How to get way back here? Um, all right, every day's Tuesday. I get spiritual messages in many times and ways. Questions. Are the spirit and guides who I believe, or are these messages from more obscure places? Okay, every day Tuesday. So I feel like you're wondering, like, are these messages you're receiving, like, really from your guides, of the light? I'm probably going to be on about another half an hour. Um, I didn't even know. Holy crap! It's like almost 5:30 already. Um, so don't give donations if, like last time I did this, I had two people gave donations and I didn't get to their questions, and they wanted their donations back. Which is okay. But don't, this is not one of those readings where I'm like doing it for donations. I appreciate so much your donations, but understand that, like, if for some reason I can't get your question, um, anyways, anyways, let's talk about these messages for Everyday Tuesday. We got the Tower. We have the Two of Cups. Interesting. Soulmate. Here it says spiritual union. We have conflict and defeat. Interesting. The soulmates have like two pretty difficult energies around them. We have memories of love. We have positive movement forward coming under that tower. Right off the bat, I feel like one of your guides is, really, we're all soulmates. Not all of us, but you know what I mean. But I feel like, in particular for you, there is a soulmate guide. Um, and I feel like this guide comes out when things feel difficult. Almost like my job as your guide is to help you move forward. Foundation and achievement. I feel like you can trust your guides. You definitely want to use your spiritual discernment, but I'm just getting this energy that like there is someone. Um, Listen, maybe they left this world like what we would say is too early. But they connected to you. They're connecting to you, and then you have accelerated motion. We have suffering in silence. We have the chariot. We have the Nine of Cups, fulfillment of wishes. And then we have the universe. So I feel like every day's Tuesday. I feel like your guides are of light, if that's what you're worried about. Doesn't mean that dark can't get through, but I feel like the light is just so much brighter. I feel like I definitely feel like someone left this earth too soon, or that's our perception of it. And I definitely feel like they're part of your spiritual guidance. Um, I feel like your guides know, like when you're down, they know. And I feel like they try to help move you out of that type of energy. I get this feeling of, and this may just be lately, like where there's been a lot of like, what's the word I want to use? I don't know, uncertainty. I don't even know if that's the right word. Um, but I feel like, your guides. uh, So, your question, like, I feel like you're wondering, like, are your guides coming from the light? And I feel like the answer is yes. That doesn't mean that darkness can't get through, right? Because where there is light, there is dark. However, I don't think that's your case. I feel like your case, it's about how your guides are trying to help you to overcome, to really believe in yourself. I love seeing the Nine of Cups down here. I love this bottom row, the chariot. We're in the year of the chariot, unlimited potential. And then the Nine of Cups, that's inner harmony. And then the world, very spiritual time, if nothing else. It's called the universe here, but it's really your spirituality and it's being mirrored by conflict and defeat. So I feel like when you feel, I feel like your guides can reach you even in your darkest moments. It doesn't mean that there's not dark influence, but you have power over that. You have power over that. And because your guides, listen, I don't feel like you have guides that are of the dark. Your guides are of the light. And I feel like, you know, I can't tell you, like, I want to tell you to trust that, but it's something you have to feel yourself. Like, this is all about you and your own spiritual discernment. But I definitely feel they're helping to guide you. And it's like, we've been with you in the dark, and we're with you in the light, but we're also with you in the dark. helping you out of it. I feel like there's also changes on your horizon, and these changes feel good. Like a real sense of inner harmony. How could that be bad? It's not. It's good. The Chariot, unlimited potential. For what? For whatever you want to use it for. Why? Well, I feel like the world is kind of like a reward, as is the Chariot, right? This is where my spirituality really has come to life. This is where I'm walking hand in hand with my spiritual being and my human being. And then the potential of everything. I do feel like the difficulties that you've been through, but I also feel the changes that want to also happen. Again, where there is dark, there is also light. If we think of the wheel, sometimes we're at the bottom, but sometimes we're at the top. And we get to stay at the top longer when we understand what took us to the bottom to begin with. So I'm not sure if that answered your question. Um, but I feel like that's what your guides wanted you to hear. Okay. Kit Kat. Guidance on news my husband shared with me yesterday that my intuition told me was happening, but I didn't listen at the time. Now, 9+ years lately, I finally know the truth. Guidance on news my husband shared with me yesterday that my intuition told me was happening, but I didn't listen at the time. Now, 9+ years later, I finally know the truth. I'm not sure what your question is. Guidance on the news. Guidance on the news. Okay. I'm going to use the Limerick's Tarot. Kit Kat. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. All right. So the news that your husband gave you, that in a way you knew what you knew, what you knew. But now what? Now what? I'm not feeling the news was good. I could be wrong, but I just have a feeling. We have the King of Pentacles. Can be a Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn. But it doesn't have to be. We have the Eight of Wands. We have the Magician. It's funny you put that 8 plus the 1 of the Magician equals a 9. You were just talking about 9+ years. I feel like this King is your husband. And again, it doesn't really matter their sign. Look at that, the Tower. And then the Sun. All right. I could be completely wrong here. But what I'm picking up on is that the news that was given to you is not good news. Um, hmm. It's not very often I feel the magician as a trickster, but I feel it that way right now. And I'm feeling it that way because it's connected to the tower. Well, it's not just that, it's because I feel it that way. I almost feel like this king has been like throwing his wands out there. Hmm. But to like lower type energy. We have the world. Then we have the King of Swords. I feel like just taking off the top with the Page of Wands. Okay, I could be wrong, but I feel like it's almost like the king is presenting this tower. I feel like there's been some lower type energy. I don't feel like it was you. I feel you are starting a new chapter in your life. I love that the sun is here, even if, there's a tower so close to it. It is a new beginning. Um, and, what's ever done in the dark will come to the light with the sun. But it's because of that the world now is here. So, a new chapter. Page of Wands being mirrored by the sun makes me feel like you need to take on the energy of the Fool. High Priestess. I don't know why, I just feel like taking off the top. Look at that. There's the Queen with the King. Page of Cups. Seven of Swords. That doesn't surprise me. I have a feeling, Kit Kat, you got some not so great news. And, it's like, again, that energy of you feeling it way before it was ever pronounced. The High Priestess over the Seven of Swords. Seven of Swords, untrustworthy energy. That untrustworthy energy brings about this tower. Well, who's the tower connected to? The king. Your intuition knew it, though. Here you are, the queen. So the world's connected to you, the next chapter, which means the sun is also connected to you. I feel like this is talking about moving forward. I feel like your inner child has been injured, hurt, so to speak. I'm going to just go right over. Okay, so I wanted to look at you. We have the Two of Wands. So I feel like this is you starting something new for yourself. Justice. Look at that. Potential divorce. Now, when I say divorce, it'd be because you would want it. Justice really is about balancing the scales. But there is some untrustworthy energy here, and the tower is here. And again, it just feels like energy of like something you knew that was coming to you. Um, Sometimes I feel like the universe has quite the sense of humor where it's like, like you said, for 9 years you have felt something, but um, you're just finally now getting proof of it, you know. So we have to accept that. But the thing is, even though I feel like this feels difficult, I feel like you're going to be fine. Um, because honestly, I feel like I get this energy of like you deserve more. Hmm. 10 of Cups. Well, there you go. And this 10 of Cups is mirrored by the 2 of Wands. So I feel like this is outside of this. And by the way, it's coming over the world. So I do feel like it's like you're starting a new life. But I feel like ultimately, if this is what I think it is, I do feel like, you're going to be happy again. That 10 of Cups, you know, that is after the fact. If this is about, like, let's say you and your husband, um, like trying to like make your relationship better, I don't know, my dear. I don't know because I can't help but feel like he's been untrustworthy to you. And I feel like if this is talking about a divorce, no matter, even though I know that's difficult, I feel like your guides want you to know that you are going to be okay. And by the way, again, it's like divine will deal with karma. So for those who have hurt us, like we're going to let divine deal with that as we just move along with our lives. So I do feel that you're starting, it almost feels like a new life. But in the same breath, I feel like in time, this 10 of Cups will be yours again. Hmm. Okay. This is one of those things where it's like I should have come out and asked you, like, what news did he give you? But in a way, it's kind of showing me that it doesn't feel like it was good news. Um, all right. Well, you finally know the truth. You know, the truth shall set you free. All right. Oh my gosh, you can't even say your name. Manushka. Manushka. Okay, Manushka G. I'm probably butchering your name and I apologize. I'm only going to do a few more, guys, because Sam keeps coming in my door. For my love life, do I know the person I'm supposed to be with? First of all, you're not supposed to be with anyone. You know what I mean? Like, because what I mean by that is, like, let's say two souls come to this life and they say, let's be together in this lifetime. Well, that doesn't guarantee anything because there's free will. But if, I feel like if it's meant to be, it'll be. Um, but don't put that pressure on. You're like, am I going to be with the one I'm supposed to be with? I just want you to be with whoever is best for you. Um, Other than that, I don't know why I'm saying all that to you. I'm going to bring in on Psychic Tarot. I'm going to give it a couple good shuffles. So, let's put it this way. Are you going to find, or let's put it another way. When is this special person? When are they coming in? When are the two of you meeting along your paths? Let's ask it that way. We have the Death card Scorpio, and then we have the Devil card of Capricorn, called Transformation and Temptation. Death card talks about closing the doors. Sometimes the only way a new door can open is when one is closed. Well, I know what door it is. It's whatever door the tower consists of. Fulfillment of wishes. Look at that. It's almost like, okay, I have to close the tower or close the door. It's definitely saying that you've had towers, right? Disruption in your life. Temptation can mean that I've been pulled to the dark. But then you have the Nine of Cups, fulfillment of wishes. Just look at the difference of the coloring of the cards, right? This is very light and uplifted, where these are dark and, scary. Look at this. Love begins. So there is a door that needs to be closed. And that is where, whoa. And that is where your next love lies. Ace of Swords. Could be a Capricorn. Or they could have Capricorn in their chart. Justice. Balance. The waiting game. Like you've been waiting on this love. I feel like what this is saying to you, I feel like you need to find that inner harmony first and foremost. Whatever towers have happened in your life, learn from them as much as you can, but then close the door to them, because it doesn't serve us to leave a door open. Like, leaving a door open just means that we're pulling all that old heavy energy forward with us. And how would that serve us, right? Because it feels like this is night and day, even though we have the waiting game, but it's being mirrored by love begins. So I know it's answering your question. Um, but I feel like part of your answer is close the door to whatever this tower was. It may be of energy that, like, of lower temptation, things that just tempted you. That's normal, right? But again, this person's got their finger on the light. So, and I feel like, what the Death card promises us is when you close the door, a new door will open. Unless you're going to die, a new door is going to open. So, the Nine of Cups is the perfect door to open. This is where you are looking at this, you're understanding it, and you're saying, I'm not going to let it affect my future. I'm just not going to. And that alone feels like it brings the fulfillment within. But this is fulfillment of wishes, and then the Ace of Cups. So, like, I see this all the time in my readings, where if we don't learn to close doors, like, then it does slow down the potential of what can be. If we don't learn to balance ourselves after the towers, then we're kind of stuck in them. These towers, it says it, disruption, but it's not meant to disrupt your whole life. So I feel like, I'm going off a little bit here, but close that door, inner harmony, and then love begins. And then the Ace of Swords. So it may come through the art. I'm saying the art of communication, but that may be how it reaches you, through some type of communication. This could be someone who reaches out that you least expect, but justice is what's fair and just. Justice is really about making you whole again. That's the job of justice, to make you whole again after the tower, accepting that. And I feel like there's your answer. Like literally closing that door, and not just saying I'm closing that door, but so how do I close the door? Well, I got to know what that tower existed of, and then I got to let it be. And then love begins. Not just love begins, Ace of Cups, but also the Ace of Swords. So I feel like you have a lot of power over that, like the timing of it. You have a lot of power over that. Okay. Broken bee for bliss. Any about love life? Will you be in a relationship soon? Anything about your love life? This is for broken bee bliss. Broken bee for bliss. Broken bee for bliss. I'm going to bring out the Cosmic Tarot. We haven't used this deck yet. All right. Love life. Love life. The Chariot. The Page of Wands. The Eight of Cups. Remember, the Chariot's unlimited potential, but it comes when one has balance within themselves. Because remember, the Chariot is driven by your intention. Like a card flipped over. Eight of Cups is about your emotional house. It's interesting because normally you see someone walking away from it in the tarot, but this person's kind of like sitting in it. Like sitting in it. We have the Eight of Swords. Look at that, 88. The Star. Your hopes, your dreams, your wishes. These eights need to be looked at. Eight of Swords, that self-created prison. And I have a feeling you feel like you've already uncreated that, but I feel like there's still something within your emotional house. Like I'm still looking at the cups that have fallen over. And I feel like you need to move out of that now. It's almost like you need to jump on the Chariot, and you need to jump on the belief of, anything is possible. The Star, your dreams. So here we're talking about love. Ace of Cups. It's interesting. It's a different deck. Came from a different deck. How did that happen? Ace of Cups right next to the Star. From a different deck. I don't even know. Seven of Cups. It's like this person's in agony over it. We have the King of Cups. Can be a Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn. Doesn't have to be. King of Swords. Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. Doesn't have to be. Hello, Six of Cups. Someone that I used to know. Hello, Fool. And hello, soulmates. So, now we really have to look at these eights and we really got to understand them so that we can let them go. Because that's what is throwing confusion in your life. That Eight of Swords, a lot of times we don't even know that we've created this barrier, this wall. We're protecting ourselves, we're protecting our heart. I'm saying that especially because the Eight of Cups is there. That's where I'm looking at, like, cups have fallen over and this and that. And I feel like what it does is it almost throws you into a state of confusion. I feel like, even though we have the Six of Cups, which could potentially be someone from your past, but it could also be a past life. I want you to understand that. That's just the way I read, especially with the Ace of Cups right above it. Unconditional love. Unconditional love. The star right next to it, your hopes, your dreams, your wishes. Everything here wants to work for you. I feel as though the two things that our guides cannot do for us is change our focus. So in the Eight of Swords, self-created prison. Even if I feel like, wait a minute, I thought I've uncreated that. There's still something there. And it lies within your emotional house. So that's why that self-created prison was even created. It's something within your emotional house. Maybe you feel like you haven't been lucky in love. It's interesting because you have two kings, but under this king is the soulmate. Um, Ten of Wands, Three of Wands, Princess of Wands. I don't know. Something just made me pull some cards. So Ten of Wands, that is a period of time. That's probably when the Eight of Swords and the Eight of Cups all were created. Ten of Wands talks about a period of time where, again, it just feels, I feel like it was a time of heavy lessons, like heavy lessons. But if you can learn from them, which in the Three of Wands, I feel like you do, you can. It's like it's being optimistic about, your future. It's letting that Ten of Wands go. It may ask you to look at yourself, like in a relationship. Do you naturally tend to put everything on your shoulders? Do you know that you deserve to receive as much as you give? That type of energy. And then the Princess of Wands. Wow, she's my go-getter. Like, she says, yes, let's go. Let's try this out. So I do feel like your love is coming. But I do feel like at the same time it's saying there's just a little bit of work. Why? But why? Because of your vibration. Because when we think about, like, if we have the self-created prison, does that not lower our vibration? And then if we manifest from that energy, are we not just manifesting more things that keep us locked up, so to speak? When we're able to clear that and say, you know what, I'm going to start to learn to take chances. I'm going to start looking at life at it, all that can be, even if I have no clue how it could be. I'm going to start believing in my dreams again, your hopes, your wishes, but manifesting them. And, it's not even about manifesting like exactly who it must be, because sometimes the universe has someone better in mind for us. But I feel like the Princess of Wands, she's just, she's going with the flow. She's going with the flow. And I don't feel like the Princess of Wands can live in the Eight of Swords energy. So to me, that's saying that you're able to put that energy away. You know what I mean? Like you're able to look at it and be like, okay, I can see how past relationships have really affected me and how it could be holding me back, so to speak. I don't think love is stopped. I just feel like the right time is the right time, though. So this looks very, very good. Though, there are a few things that, you just have to look at. Um, and then, we have two kings here. 10 of Cups. Look at that. 6 of Swords. Interesting. It's funny because under the King of Cups is the 2 of Cups. I'm sorry, the King of Pentacles is 2 of Cups. But mirroring the 2 of Cups is the King of Swords. And now the King of Swords has the 10 of Cups over it, where this king has a 6 of Swords. Now, I'm not even talking about their signs, but let's talk about these two people real quick, and then I'll let that be. So the King of Pentacles is normally someone who looks at life from the big picture down. This is normally someone who is loyal, someone who, you feel like you can really put down roots with, but for whatever reason, maybe it just didn't work out, right? Because it does seem like there was some toxicity connected to that. So this is you moving away from that. And then we come to this king, who's also mirrored by the soulmates, but he's carrying the 10 of Cups. Now, I'm not saying it's an air sign, but what I am saying is this person feels like someone of integrity, someone who speaks the truth, someone that you can trust. And I feel like that's important. That's important. Listen, you might have to date both of them to figure out. You know what I mean? Because again, I don't want you just to think about the sign, but I feel like it's giving us a very good clue here. And it looks very, very good. So now we have the Ace of Cups, we have the 2 of Cups, and now we have the 10 of Cups with the star. All right. Wow. Sometimes we think, oh, love's just not meant for us. But we don't understand that sometimes it's our own energy. I don't know how this card made it into that deck, but we're going to take it. All right, guys, I got like 15 minutes left. Hi, Tracy. I just saw you jump up. Oh, thank you so much, Janet. Thank you, Enzo. Hi, Diane. I just saw a lot of you. Hi, Gal. Hi, everybody. Hi, Esther. Virgo lady. There's a lot of questions, guys. I'm not going to be able to get to all of them, and I'm so sorry. I've been on since 2, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's weird that my laptop hasn't shut off because when I did Libra through Pisces, it was a 3-hour reading and it shut off. It's like, nope, you can only go 3 hours. But I guess if you're live, maybe that's different. Okay. So sad. I'm not sad, Sandy. I'm very happy, and I finally reached closure with someone that was underhanded and manipulative. That's good. Um, Teresa. All right, so Teresa Somerville, you're a widow of 2 years that has met a widower that you've been dating. Will this be a lasting relationship, Teresa? Um, Teresa Somerville, because I think there's a couple Teresas here. By the way, I want to let y'all know I'm taking your donations and I'm giving them to my daughter because um, she's just been getting, like, financially, well, it's like what I went through a couple months ago. Now she's going through. And so I'm going to be giving them to her to help her. So I thank you. I just want you to know that. All right. So, anyways, Teresa. So you met a widower. You both share that experience. Look at that. 6 of Cups. Look at that. Harmony right off the bat. I was just going to say, so you both have very similar experiences. I wouldn't be surprised if those that you were married to may have even helped bring you two together. All right. 2 swords. That's where you're at right now, wondering. The waiting game. Partnerships and alliances. Look at that. Love begins. Ace of Cups. Underneath the Lovers. Hello. Stand your ground under mental conflict. Mental conflicts is 2 of Swords, by the way. And I feel like it might just be a little fear. Like I almost feel like I'm not worried here. Temptation. Under the waiting game. And the Chariot. We're in the year of the Chariot. I'm not going to keep saying that. I know those who have been here from the beginning are like, stop saying the same thing, Sandy. But I am noticing the 2 sevens. And the reason why I say we're in the year of the Chariot, because 2023 is a universal year 7. We're moving into universal year 8, which really can speak of new beginnings. So many of us may find ourselves towards the end of the year, like, meeting soulmates and then clearing up what needs to clear up from our past. I feel like, Teresa, I feel like the 2 of you were guided to each other. I do feel there's a little fear. Don't get me wrong. I do feel that. Here's what I want to say though. Like, I don't like that the waiting game is here because I feel like we shouldn't wait on anyone. It doesn't mean everyone should be ready when we're ready. Sometimes people are ready later. But what it does mean is don't not live your life. Now, I'm saying that, but I don't really feel that's for you. Maybe that's for someone else. I don't know. But I definitely feel the 2 of you are guided together. I feel like your experiences are pretty similar, not just losing of your partners, but other things in your lives too. I feel like you two are helping each other, like in ways that you don't even know. And I mean it in a good way. The Chariot says there's unlimited potential here. It's not the promise of unlimited potential. It's us who makes that, and that's by not putting a lot of walls before it, right? Like allowing things just to flow. I'm noticing these too. So I would say maybe you just need to want, or maybe it would feel good to you to take it slow. And don't worry about that. I don't feel like that's a problem. But, you have the Ace of Cups right under the lovers. I just feel like the two of you are meant to be. Doesn't mean that if let's say for this doesn't work out, doesn't mean that you won't be okay. I don't mean it in that way. Like I need people to understand that when I say like you're just meant to be, it doesn't mean it has to be, or that if it isn't, that okay, well then my life is over. No, your guides will just recalculate. Think about your GPS, like you take the wrong turn, it recalculates itself. Well, your guides will do the same. But boy, I do feel like you were guided to each other. And I feel like just be careful. Don't let, don't let mind games or, thoughts get away from you. Probably I could give the same advice to the other one. But other than that, this looks very good. And not just does it look good, but it feels, again, look at that, the death card. And, I feel like the death card is your loved ones. It's the guidance. It's it's like they have like each that has lost their partner, um they're helping to guide even if they were crappy here on earth. So, I feel like relax in this and try to enjoy it because it feels like this may be something that has a potential of lasting for the rest of your life. I hope that helped, Teresa. Um, oh, hi, Empress. Hi, my Ascension and Light. You guys are all so late. Um, boy, it's so hard for me to cut people off, but I feel like, hi, Sean. Hi, Gail. Oh, thank you, Gail. And I'm sorry about your daughter. You know what, Sean? I'm just kind of reading through the questions. I really don't feel like I have much more time, but I feel like your jewelry business is going to be fine. Like I remember you asking that in the last reading, and I think you need to trust that. Like I feel like you really need to trust that. Sometimes I feel like I don't need the cards to answer your questions. Sometimes I feel like I do that more for show. But I do feel like, just keep moving forward, Sean. And I feel like everything is going to work out just fine for you. But you got to trust in yourself too. Um, thank you, Cheryl. All right. I think you guys are going to get so mad at me, but I really have to go. Um, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've been on for 4 hours. I'm just trying to see, like, I know some of you gave donations, and I wish I had more time. Um, I'm just reading. All right, guys. I hate to do this, but I really have to go. Um, oh, I don't know where all your comments just went. What the heck? Chords of gratitude. We won't be upset you're closing out, but reallocation of donations without asking might cause an issue. I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, thank you, Empress. That was so kind of you. Um, she's got so much worry in her mind. So I thank you, thank you, thank you. Um, yeah, donations aren't guaranteed readings, and honestly, I didn't expect any donations. Like I didn't come on here looking for donations. Quite the opposite. Um, and I do want to say the last reading I did, someone did donate to me, and I did not get to their question, and they asked for their donation back, which I gave them. Um, you know what I mean? But like I don't ask for donations. So I thank you for your donations, but you're right. It can't guarantee anything. And that's why I said a few times through the reading, like, don't donate if it's the only reason because you want a question answered, because I can't guarantee that. I tried to go in line to get as many as I could. Um, you guys are making me feel bad. I don't know what to do. Um, okay. I am going to do Tracy Scott. I am going to do you real quick. And then I got to go, guys. And I'm sorry if anybody else has given donations or you've been hanging out. I'm really trying my best, but I've been on for over 4 hours now. And I'm getting a little burned out, to be honest. So, oh, I don't know what's going on with my screen. All right. So, Tracy, um, you just a general message from your guides. Spring in the tarot dreams, and Tracy is going to be the last one. Please don't hate me, guys, because I love you all. I wish I could stay here all day and night and just answer your questions. But now I see the importance of me coming on live more often. Like now I can see that. Um, and I do want to remind you guys that my daughter Jenny Love Tarot, she has her own station and she plans on doing lives a lot. So, you can also go there. She's not monetized, but I would love you to, help her out. She's a single mom trying to make it. I've been there, done that. Temperance, Tracy. The Hermit. Beautiful energy. Two major arcanas back to back. Temperance is about divine timing. The Hermit to me is the wise old one. The Hermit's the one who does go through the dark night of the soul. Um, but it's because he's willing to, or you're willing to, or you're able to. It's like your soul can handle it. I feel like the Hermit's seeking the light And I feel like the hermit realizes through the darkness that I am the light, like I am my own savior, so to speak. Um, it's a card. Temperance is Sagittarius, Hermit is Virgo, but Temperance is about divine timing. You have the King of Wands, can be an Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. Look at this, Ten of Cups. Hello. Mirrored by Temperance, quite beautiful. Tower. And then the Empress. So, first of all, I don't feel like the Tower negates the Ten of Cups. I feel like what this is saying with the Empress here next to the Tower is that these towers within your life, towers are disruption in our lives. Um, Many times it's things that we don't expect. Sometimes we like subconsciously know it's coming, but we ignore it. Other times we're giving the tower. It usually means an ending, and sometimes it can feel abrupt. But because the Empress is sitting next to it, I feel like that's ultimately your energy and the ability to overcome these towers. What we want to remember is, the humanness in us wants to create that Eight of Swords, wants to block ourselves from like any more to like, I don't want any more towers in my life. But the Empress learns that it's her energetic force that is her protector. She does not close her heart off because someone else didn't know how to love her. She remains loving and nurturing, but she's very powerful and strong. And I love that she's connected to the hermit. Very spiritual, it feels. So I feel like this is saying that you must have gone through at least a tower. Um, and, let's talk like temperance is also, her lesson is about patience. So you've got two cards that are kind of like can be slow moving. The Hermit, I feel like sometimes can be like a whole cycle, of like really asking those big questions, those deep questions, and receiving the answers. I mean, the Hermit's sitting right next to divine energy. So I feel like this is saying, like, if I forget what your question was, you didn't really have. Oh, you were asking about love. I thought you said just a general energy reading, but here we go. So the Ten of Cups mirrored by Temperance. So listen, maybe it's not right now, but Temperance says let go of control and trust within me, trust within divine timing. Do your part. And what is our part? Our part is not allowing these towers to define who we are and who we're going to become. We can use these towers to our benefit, actually. And that's kind of what the Empress does. So I feel like, look at this, the Knight of Pentacles, one of my favorite knights because I feel like it's our guardian angel. Knight of Pentacles comes in at the right time. Interesting, you have two energies that talk about timing. I don't come before, I don't come after. I come in at the right time. He's looking right at the Empress. So I feel like it's more about the Empress's energy. That is the right time for love. And in a way, why? Because then comes the Seven of Swords. So that can be a little bit of defensive energy, but it's telling us why, because of the Tower. So I feel like, as love is related, or that didn't sound right. Um, First of all, you have such beautiful divine energy just out of four cards. But it kind of almost explains your life, right? I've had these towers. These towers can be, because of the towers, and can put me in a defensive type mode. Over what? Over love. Um, you know, but so I need to look at that. I really need to look at that because that can become a block if I don't look at that. If I don't, like, I don't want to blame past people. Or, no, that's not what I meant to say. I don't want to blame present or future people for the things that past people did. That was me, that was then, and I need to clear that energy. And that's kind of what we're doing in the Hermit. King of Wands showing up, this could be potentially someone who's coming your way, can be an Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, but it doesn't have to be. This is the King of Action. This is someone who is very intuitive. All of a sudden, I'm picking up with this king, and he just so happens to be being brought in by the Knight of Pentacles, which again is a guardian angel type energy. So, boy, I feel like I can trust this. I feel like the only thing, Tracy, that you would have to worry about as it's relating to love is, are you putting these towers behind you? Are you understanding that sometimes these towers, though they feel destructive, actually help save our lives? You know what I mean? Sometimes they force us away from someone who probably was not the best for us anyway. Ten of Cups is the house of harmony. So I feel like the more that you've learned and the more that you continue to learn, the higher your vibration becomes. And the higher your vibration is, the higher the love that must come in. So that looks very, very good. Um, okay, kind of short but sweet, but it felt like it didn't need to be longer than that. Maybe more able and willing for sure. Thank you, Empress. Good. It's time. You know, Sam already made dinner. I'm like, I'll just have a sandwich. Don't worry about me. Thank you, Empress. Man, you just always have my back. Um, all right, guys. I'm gonna let that be. And I apologize if I could not get to your question. But you know what? Keep your notifications on. You know, that little bell. This time I made it public. Usually I make it unlisted. That's definitely why you want to have the bell on, because if your bell's not on, chances are you won't get the notification if I go live again. I've been on for 4.5 hours, so um, I really feel like I gave all I could give. And I feel terrible about just leaving, but at the same breath, I feel like I have to now. So I thank you guys. Um, I do. I thank you guys. I love you guys. So much gratitude. And we will do this again. It feels like like mid afternoon seems to be the best time. So maybe we won't do midnights. Maybe we are better off. Well, who knows? I keep saying that, but who knows? But I rather enjoyed this one, and I feel like we got a lot accomplished in this sitting. So, um, you know, and for those who came later on, I apologize. I wasn't able to get your channel or get your channel. By the way, if you have channels, leave them, you know, so that we can help support your channels also. If you have a business, you know, like, you know, you have jewelry business, or like Sean has a jewelry business, she wants to get, you know, um, she wants to start moving on. Like, whatever it is, let us know. We're happy, at least I am happy to support you in whatever way we can. Um, but anyways, I'm going to stop talking now. I do thank you again. Much, much gratitude. And we'll do this again soon. I promise. So hit that bell. And, you know, and I keep saying that, but then I look and I see a lot of people aren't hitting that bell. So then you miss notifications. Um, and it's completely up to you. I'm just saying, if you want the notification, it's 90%, like 90%. What's the word I'm trying to say? Um, it gives you a 90% chance of getting that notification versus if you don't hit that bell, it's like a 10% chance because, YouTube's all over the place. So, anyways, guys, I love you. I thank you. I will have replay on. And by the way, sometimes your questions are answered through other people. The members know that. The members who have been with me for a while, like, we know, like, that our messages are very intertwined. So, who knows? But I will have replay on. I thank you. I'm going to stop talking. I love you, and I will see you next time at our table. By the way, my daughter might be live right now. Jenny Love Charo. You can check her out. She's happy to answer live questions too. She'll probably do it faster than I do it, so she'd probably get through more people. But anyways, so thank you for supporting her. It means the world to me. I mean, she's my only child left. So you supporting her is like you just melt my heart. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Um, okay, I love you guys. I will see you next time at our table. Bye bye.